If you were forcibly dispossessed of your homeland, Africa, transported to the Americas, in slavery diaspora. If you were forcibly dispossessed of your, and you might see you're an Afro descendant. Oh, yeah, yeah. And if you were subjected to slavery, subjected to forced mixed breeding, and rape, and if you have experienced through forced loss of mother tongue, lost culture and religion, and if you have experienced racial discrimination due to lost ties or partially lost ties from your original identity, you might see you're an Afro descendant. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Afro descendants are experiencing ethnogenesis, the reestablishment of the mind, or the resurrection of a people who lost the identity of self through the 400 years of slavery. Oh, if you see yourself in this song, it's time to join forces, come together as one. For you and I, we just might be Afro descendants. Oh, it's time. Rise, Afro descendants. Time to rise. If you...
Welcome, and thanks for joining, everyone. I am Dr. Tahita Bronner, Ambassador of the Afro-Descendant Nation and host for the Plebiscite teaching for today. Now, let me just get my screen right. I hope that everyone can see me. Am I sharing my video? Okay. One moment, please.
The video looks good.
Okay, thank you. Okay, it is under the divine leadership and guidance of the Most Honorable Elijah Silas Muhammad and his wife, our beloved Queen, Attorney Harriet Abu Bakr, that we, the Afro-Descendant Nation, is establishing political unity among Afro-descendants in the United States and in the slavery diaspora, working together for self-determination, separation, and reparations. So for today's teach-in, we have an exciting lineup of attorneys, educators, and leaders who will teach and inform us about the national plebiscite vote in 2024 and the reparations movement. So within the first hour, we will hear opening remarks from Dr. Akil Amukaram, our president of the Afro-Descendant Nation, followed by attorney Malik Zulu Shabazz. He is our national conductor of the Afro-Descendant Nation and lead counsel of Black Lawyers for Justice. We will learn from plebiscite specialists and advocates such as attorney Afia Nwangaza, Executive Director of the Malcolm X Center, scholar Safiwe Balika of the Balenta Society, New African Diplomatic Corps, and Brother Ramzu Yunus, human rights activist for self-determination. We'll also hear from our core team of reparations experts, Brother Cam Howard, founder of Reparations United, Governor General Ishmael Abdul Salam, CEO of All for Reparations and Emancipation, along with Eric Phillips, Chair of Guyana Reparations Commission, CARICOM, and Brother Reginald Muhammad, co-founder of National Reparations Institute. We'll also hear from professors, scholars, and activists for human rights. Dr. Melina Abdullah will rejoin us today. She's the co-founder of Black Lives Matter Grassroots in Los Angeles, California, as well as attorney Deidre Farmer-Pellman. She is the founder of the Restitution Study Group. We're also happy to have Sister Pamela DeLise Long, who is the national coordinator of the Coalition of Concerned Freedmen, as well as Elena Porter, founder of the Pendo Institute for Human Rights and Self-Determination. We want to thank our illustrious panel of speakers for your commitment to unity. Thank you for all the time and work that you have put in to the reparations movement. We'll also hear closing remarks from our Governor General, Ajani Mukaram, of the Afro-Descendant Nation as well. And to our listening audience, thank you so much for being with us today. Please feel free to type in your questions and comments in the Q&A box. This time we plan to do a much better job at addressing your questions, either live or typed into the answer box. So we're actually planning on stopping to answer questions approximately after every 45 minutes. We'll take about 15 minutes to answer the questions inside of every hour as we move along. And plus, we're happy to have our QA monitor with us, Brother Shahid Ali. He's going to help us to stay on point today with our questions and answers. The program is also being live streamed on YouTube at National Reparations Convention /streams and will be available for you to watch the replay anytime. It's also being rebroadcasted live on Facebook as well. Last but not least, please support our National Reparations Convention fundraiser. We will be in Washington, D.C., most likely in May this year instead of March. So to support our cause, please use the barcode or the link displayed on this screen, or simply go to GoFundMe and search for National Reparations Convention. And we want to give special thanks to all of our donors because we can't do this without your help. Now, for more information, please feel free to contact myself at info@afrodescendant.org or Sister Khalida Bastet for questions about the plebiscite. Okay, so I'm going to stop sharing now. And we're going to get started with our first speaker. One moment. Okay. All right. So we're going to get started with President Akila Mukaram. And I've got a little too many screens up here. And so I'm looking to see her. So I want to introduce you to the president of the Afro-Descendant Nation, Dr. Akila Mukaram. She is our fearless leader, and I am honored to serve on her cabinet as ambassador. Dr. Akila is a professional educator and an advocate for true freedom, justice, and equality for our people. As president, her mission is to unify and organize the organizations under the umbrella of the Afro-Descendant Nation to achieve self-determination. By background, Dr. Akila holds a doctorate in educational leadership, and it is on behalf of the Afro-Descendant Nation that we want to thank you, Madam President, for your tireless commitment and dedication to our nation. And I'm going to turn the mic over to you now to kick us off. Thank you, Dr. Akila.
You're welcome, and thank you, Dr. Tahita, and thank you for being on my team. I appreciate it. And on the Afro-Descendant Nations team. Assalamu alaikum and greetings to everyone. Today, I hope that you are feeling good about being here with us. I appreciate that you all are joining us this morning or whatever time zone that you are in. I would like to especially thank our esteemed panelists for being here, for collaborating with us and partnering with us and being able to bring this national plebiscite teach-in to you today. I am not going to be long here because I'm just providing some opening remarks. I want to start out just saying how important it is for us to have an identity as a people. We need an identity, a collective identity. We have our various organizations that we belong to, or we may not belong to any. However, as a people, we need a collective identity. We have that. We have it. It's recognized by the United Nations, and that collective identity is Afro-descendant. We need help making Afro-descendant a household name. We need help making Afro-descendant a household name, as is reparations a household name. So if you are able, willing, have specific skills in getting that out, getting the word out, helping us to push it, to make sure that it becomes a household name, please join us and help us in doing that. We appreciate your time and all your efforts. So we have had some great leaders among us. This is our weekend of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday holiday. We have had before us Noble Drew Ali, Marcus Garvey, the Honorable Marcus Garvey, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, Malcolm X. We have in our midst today the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, And we have our leader, teacher, and guide in this hour, the Honorable Silas Muhammad. How brilliant and genius was it that the Honorable Silas Muhammad acquiesced with 18 other countries in La Ceiba, Honduras, to our collective identity of Afro-descendant. Whenever we're going for reparations, we cannot go there disjointed. So in our various organizations that we're in, and individually, whatever you call yourselves, make sure that you use that you are Afro-descendant in addition to that organization, or that you're using, or whatever you call yourselves. For instance, the Moors. They can be Moors Afro-descendant. Hebrew Israelite Afro-descendant. I'm a Lost Foundation of Islam Afro-descendant. And so forth. I think you get my point. The key is using our collective identity. It connects us globally to all other descendants of slaves in the slavery diaspora. How powerful is that? That is power. We're connected to all others by simply using our collective identity, Afro-descendant. So we have to make a decision. Do we want to completely stay totally assimilated into the United States of America, since we are dealing with our national plebiscite? Do we want to do that? Stay completely assimilated. Remember, we didn't ask to be assimilated. We were forced into assimilation. Others come here, they have a choice. Other immigrants, they have a choice. They did not lose their language. Ours was taken from us, stripped, cut off. How can you do that to a people? How can you separate families? Sell the children off to a different slave master than the parents. And then you separate the parents. You sell the wife off to a different slave master than the husband. How does that make you feel, Afro-descendants, to know that that occurred? What would you do if that occurred today? Would you accept it? I know that will be a resounding no. So, do you want to stay totally assimilated into America? Or do you want a nation that you can call your own? We want to teach our children what we want to teach them. We can make those decisions. We have educators. We have professionals. We can do anything. We can run this country. We can run our own country. So, again, Afro-descendant, I want to highlight, connects us to all other descendants of slavery in the slavery diaspora. We are one people. Please think on that and understand that there are others who try to separate us. We will not be separated in this day. I would like to again thank those of you who are here as panelists with us in this beautiful event. And those of you who are in our listening audience that are with us today. We appreciate you, and hopefully you will sit back and relax and enjoy and help us to get this information out to the rest of our people. Help us to make Afro-descendant a household name, as we have made reparations a household name. We are working on various fronts, but it all leads to the same, as long as it's for Afro-descendants, us as a people, us as a collective. Thank you. I appreciate you all listening to me this morning, and I have the honor of bringing on a wonderful man who is serving you, our people, who is serving, let's say, us, Afro-descendants. He is none other than our conductor, Malik Z. Shabazz, Esquire. He is the former aide, spokesman, and lawyer for Minister Khalid Abdul Muhammad, succeeded by Dr. Khalid Muhammad, and served as national chairman of the new Black Panther Party from 2001 to 2013. He is the longest serving chairman of any Panther formation in history and have made significant gains in furthering the works of Huey P. Newton, Stokely Carmichael, and the original Panthers in the modern era. Attorney Shabazz founded Black Lawyers for Justice and Black Rights Matter in 1996. He prosecutes civil rights cases against police officers and cities who are responsible, excuse me, who are responsible for police abuse and murder against Black people. He maintains a frontline position in the fight for justice with cutting-edge lawyering and otherwise exemplary work as a Black professional, and maintains a civil rights practice and personal injury practice. What a heavyweight, right? World speaker, traveler, and a certified advanced Pan-African organizer in many parts of the globe, including South Africa, Japan, Zimbabwe, Barbados, Cuba, Jamaica, the Bahamas, Canada, England, and Mexico. He is known for his great oratory skills, organizing, and activism expertise. The new Black Panther Party, under his leadership, was the standard bearer and largest leading advocate for Black nationalism and Pan-Africanism and self-defense inside of America. Chairman Emeritus, Malik Z. Shabazz, it currently leads the new Black, I'm getting that it's almost time to go, so I'm going to bring on our conductor right now. Thank you for keeping me on time with that. And please give a warm welcome and a round of applause for him as he comes on. Thank you, conductor, for being here and serving our people in the capacity that you do. We appreciate you for all that you do for us, Afro descendants. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam. Alaikum salam. Thank you so much. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Great. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Madam President, Queen Sister Akila Mukaram, our president of the Afro-Descendant Nation, for such warm and kind words this morning. And greetings to everyone here. Assalamu alaikum, free the land, Black power, and by whatever greetings you go by. I'm going to try to move expeditiously because we have many important national leaders on the line, and I don't consider myself any more important than any person that is coming after me. So I'm going to get right to the point. So I'm here. I want to thank the President of the Afro-Descendant Nation, Ms. Mukaram. I want to thank the Vice President of the Afro-Descendant Nation and all of the senators and representatives in the nation. I want to thank the ambassador, hardworking ambassador, Sister Tahita and Sister Khalida, who have been working towards this most important day. To all of the other leaders who are on the line to come on, I see the honored Miss Deidre Farmer Paleman. Certainly want to get to her as fast as we can. Sister Leader Ifia Wangaza, who is a legend in this struggle. Anxious to hear from her. Sister Elena Porter, human rights expert and advocate. Anxious to hear from her soon. The strong brother who will be coming up shortly after me, Brother Ramzu Yunus, human rights policy officer. Happy to hear from him, and the honored attorney Harriet Abu Bakr. So Sister Queen Melina Abdullah, who's in New York, here attending the funeral for some of the Panther greats. So many greats to come on, so let me get right to the point. I want to thank the Honorable Silas Muhammad for having the confidence to allow me to help him in his vision to fulfill the mandate of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad that we must have a land and territory of our own. And I want to thank the Honorable Silas Muhammad for helping as an apostle of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad to help by God's grace, fulfill prophecy in this hour. That prophecy is reparations. And if you want to know more about the Honorable Silas Muhammad, you should listen to this webinar. Pay close attention to this webinar, because this webinar, who's in it and what is being said and what is being done, represents the program and the platform of, yes, the Afro-Descendant Nation, but also the will of the Honorable Silas Muhammad. And we are here as a secular operation, not a religious operation. The Afro-Descendant Nation is a secular operation. It is comprised of religious persons, non-religious persons, and we are here to help the reparations movement. We are not trying to take over the reparations movement. We are not trying to dominate the reparations movement. We are here to do what we've been mandated to do by our God and the ancestors, and that's play our role. We have a program of action and a strategic plan. And right now, today, we're talking about one point in this strategic plan. And that point in this strategic plan is a plan of action that we've been talking about for at least 40 years. According to our research, and according to the experts, for at least 40 or maybe 50 years or more, since the time of the Honorable Imari Obadele and the founding of the Republic of New Africa, since the early days of the Honorable Chokwe Lumumba, who's my mentor, and in the early days of the Honorable Khalid Muhammad, of whom I represent, we have been talking about the subject of a plebiscite, a national vote, a referendum that expresses the will of our people so that we can be official, so that our reparations struggle and our fight for self-determination can move forward. And so in this regard of our subject today, which is the Black Agenda 2024, we have an agenda, but we have a method and a vehicle that we're driving forward to get to that agenda. We're not here just to explain damages today and what has been done to us. I'm sure we'll hear a lot about damages, but we hear damages in forums and meetings over and over again. We honor the reparations movement as it exists, but it has been too bogged down into diplomacy, meetings, conversation, paperwork. Paperwork is important. Documents are important. Meetings are important. Teach-ins are important. But this is a teach-in directed towards a specific plan of action designed to get to the goal. We must have full and complete reparations, not a reparations platform, but we must have the reparations. We must have the self-determination. If it's not going to be given to us, then we're going to have to assert self-determination on our own, take stronger action, and take it. Okay, so I'm going to get into the ballot right now, because there's been a lot of talk about the ballot. Since October the 7th, we have talked about here and in many years prior, according to my research, the Afro-Descendant Nation for at least 3 years has been talking about the conducting of a national ballot or a plebiscite. Again, in the Republic of New Africa, who we honor dearly, for decades, they have mandated that a plebiscite or a national vote be held. Many different human rights organizations and leaders who come on this line, they all agree that a plebiscite should be held. Prior to today, there's an intense debate on whether this was the right time. Should it be delayed to later? Should we continue to explore? Should we continue to survey? Rather than moving and declaring the plebiscite or the ballot unilaterally on our own, we took 3 months to meet, to confer, to talk, because we respect you other leaders. We respect In Cobra, who I bring you greetings from today. In Cobra sends you their greetings there at other meetings. And so after due consideration, after conferring, after dialoguing, after listening, after respecting our fellow leaders, a firm decision had to be made on whether we would go forth and put this ballot forth to the masses of our people, and that decision has been made. It has actually been ordered to me as the national conductor serving in this government to, after gaining consent from the majority of the leaders in this movement, though not every single one of them, the overwhelming majority have agreed that we must go forward. And this ballot that they're going to put on the screen right now, the ballot that is being put on the screen is a reflection of the overwhelming majority of leaders in this movement right now. And so if you can bring the ballot up, and we are going to get right into explaining the ballot. And before we go, and moving fast, because I want to hear y'all and get your endorsement and get your opinions. But this ballot is critical. This is not a theoretical exercise. The ballot, at minimum, is a vehicle. The ballot is, at minimum, a vehicle to get reparations and self-determination. We have a mandate to unite with other organizations and leaders that we are fulfilling. This is not just about the Afro-descendant nation. This is not limited to making you call yourself an Afro-descendant. We're going to get to that. The Afro-descendant nation is a part of a body of leaders that are conducting perhaps the most important action that we've taken to date. One that is long overdue. It's past overdue. We intend, with the help of our partners and our people, to gather at least 1 million votes this year. And if it takes 24 or 36 months to get to 1 million votes, as long as that leads to us achieving our goal, we are willing to fight that hard and to fight that long. We must have the consent of our people. We must raise an army. When in gathering these 1 million votes for this ballot or referendum that I'm about to explain, those 1 million registrants are a standing army, a standing movement. There are 1 million persons that will form the body of the army that will fight, organize, and do what it takes to achieve full and complete reparations and declare self-determination and take the action that we must take. Dr. King, as much as we criticize his integration philosophies, we must recognize on the eve of his birthday that he was a man of action, and that he was a man that you must pick up that newspaper and turn on your television because he took action. All of the preachers did not agree with what Dr. King was doing, but Dr. King at some point had to move out, and history has been changed forever. And so we are declaring this vote, and we are declaring this vote not as you see here on Google technology. This is a demonstration, and we have sent this ballot to many of you on Google, and matter of fact, many votes have come back already, just overnight. They're coming in, showing the interest in the ballot. But we have, and it will come up in the course of this meeting, you're going to be shown that we have the best of technology, the best of professional voting technology that we are making a significant financial investment to in order to make our vote credible and certified. And it is. Okay. And so I just want to say that in opening and trying to move fast to explain to you that we have sought out diligently diplomacy and consent and consensus to launch this election. We are launching this election with a majority of the leaders in agreement. We cannot turn around or turn back, and we must have action. And that's what I'm here for. And that's what I'm here to help to do. And I hope I don't offend anybody, but at this point in time, we must have action. So let's go forward. This ballot here that is going to our nation, ballot question number 1 must be on the ballot. And it's a simple yes or no question to be put to the masses of the 40 million of our people. And with your help, we can put it to more than 1 million. It could go to all 40 million. Ballot question number 1. Do you declare your right to receive full and complete reparations? We want that vote from the masses of our people, and we have to have it. Ballot question number 1. We want that vote. We want that contact. We want that consent. And we want the 1 million or more who agree to this vote to sign on to fight the war for reparations, not just for the Afro-descendant nation, but for every organization that needs help in this fight. Cam Howard, Ramzu Yunus, Black Lives Matter. We're saying to you today, if you help us with this ballot and with this vote, our contacts are your contacts. Our progress that we make in our areas that we're fighting on, that same progress can be for the areas that you're fighting on, because we must have a united fighting front. Okay, so ballot question number 1, do you declare your right to receive full and complete reparations? Yes or no? Next question. Ballot question number 2. Do you declare your right to self-determination? Do you consent and declare your rights to have complete control over your own affairs as a people and to be able to govern yourself? Yes or no? We want a simple answer on self-determination. Hold it right there on self-determination. Because as Brother Ramzu has said, we don't have to, no one is going to give us self-determination. You determine yourself to take self-determination, and we have many examples in the past where we have taken self-determination. We have the highest levels of self-determination that I'm going to get to. They're called the highest levels of self-determination. Well, what are those levels? A separate land and territory of our own. There are highest levels of political autonomy. And there's also self-determination that we are declaring right now. So I won't go further into this, but I want to say to those who are listening, as we here on the eve of Dr. King's Earth Day, affirm that we must have a nation of our own. We are looking for Black engineers. We are looking for Black bricklayers. We are looking for Black contractors. We are looking for Black lawyers. We are looking for Black teachers. We are looking for Black educators. We are looking for Black defensemen. We are looking for Black nurses. We are looking for Black doctors. We right now are looking to work in establishing self-determination right now. We are looking to work with, have trained, and to train us with the best qualified persons in our nation to start exhibiting self-determination right now on our way to ultimate self-determination. So ballot question number 2 is directed to all Black people, all 40 million of us right now in America who desire what we call in other terms, Black nationalism. To practice nation building within a nation on the way to declaring our nation. So that's ballot question number 2. Do you declare your right to self-determination? Yes or no? Raise your hand, and then we can execute plans with you based on that vote. The next point here, please be patient. I'm trying to move fast because I respect the leaders that are coming behind me, but I don't want to be so fast where you don't understand what I'm saying. But okay, lawful identity. There's an explanation here because Black people consistently, we argue over what our names are. There's still a big debate out there about what our names should be. Okay, and so here we're talking about lawful identity. We're talking about a consensus that has been reached amongst the majority of our leaders about what the lawful identity is. Okay, so let me explain, because it explains it in this ballot. Please put the ballot in the chat room also. constantly put the ballot in the chat room. Lawful identity, explanation. Our people in the United States correctly identify with and describe themselves by many names: Black, African, Indigenous, New African, Moor, American descendant of slaves, foundational Black American, freedman, etc. Lawfully, Afro-descendant is the international recognized legal and political identification that allows our people as a whole to assert their legal and jurisdictional right to reparations and self-determination. Specifically, the term Afro-descendant refers to our people who, number one, whose ancestors were forcibly dispossessed from their homeland, Africa, and transported to the Americas and through the diaspora for the purposes of enslavement. Number two, Afro-descendant refers to our people whose ancestors were subject to crimes against humanity, including but not limited to chattel slavery, mixed breeding, systemic discrimination, land theft, Jim Crow, rape, forced loss of their mother tongue, lost ties from their original identity, destruction of our culture and religion, and suffered ethnocide and specific forms of ethnic cleansing, genocide, and more. Number three, Afro-descendant as a lawful term. Remember, I'm saying as a lawful identity. Refers to people who currently, right now, as a people, who continue to suffer as a result of the above crimes right now: human rights violations, racial discrimination, economic exploitation, loss of land, systemic racism, poverty, wealth disparity, deprivation of education, police brutality, injustice in the US courts, political prisoners, cultural destruction, and continue to suffer the peril of other innumerable and insufferable abuses. This is what we suffer today. Please hear me well. The legal term Afro-descendant has been formally recognized by the United Nations and the leading international courts and human rights authorities, including 19 countries at the UN Conference for the Rights of Minorities in Honduras in 2002, for the purposes of lawfully pursuing our claim under the proper jurisdiction. The representation of the lawful identity Afro-descendant shall not void nor usurp any other cultural, political, racial, organizational, or religious name you currently identify by. What are we saying here? Why do we take time for that? We are not here, and I am not here to try to get any person to come out of the cultural name that they identify by. Some of us here are Muslims. We say, well, who are you? They say, I'm the original man. I'm the Asiatic Black man. I'm the maker, owner, cream of the planet Earth, father of civilization, God of the universe, as I was taught by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and Master Farad Muhammad. No one is trying to take you away from that at all. Matter of fact, we mandate here that you keep that. We can keep that. You say, I'm a Moor. And the Moors always say that Black does not have jurisdiction. Black does not have lawful authority. Okay, Moor, Mr. Moore, we understand and respect that argument. And that's why today, lawfully, the lawful identification term for pursuing our legal claims is pursued under the name Afro-descendant. meaning that I'm a black man. Fine. I'm a Moor. Fine. Another brother or sister say, I'm a new African. Well, I'm a new African too. Fine. You're a new African. I'm indigenous. I'm a Black Panther. I am, take me back up for a minute. Take me back up. We are not trying to take you away from your names. You say, I'm Ados. I'm with Ados. I'm ADOS. I'm American descendant of slave. We with you on that. Be that. I'm a foundational Black America. I was here from the beginning. I'm FBA. We with you, FBA. Be FBA. You say, I'm a freedman. They say, be a freedman. Another man say, I'm a Crip. I'm a Blood. I'm Vice Lord. Be all of that. But what we're saying here is that according to precedent and the majority rule of these leaders, that legally and lawfully, as we proceed to international bodies and courts and assert our lawful jurisdiction, we're asking your consent to also lawfully self-identify as an Afro-descendant, okay? Lawfully, unfortunately, on my driver's license, I'm an American citizen. You know, I'm the original man, and I'm a Garveyite, I'm an African, I'm all of that. But I got to pull out that license and bear witness when I get to the airport or somewhere official that lawfully I'm an American citizen, whether I like that title or not. And so ballot question number 3 means that no name or title that we go by are we trying to replace. Keep your name and your titles. We honor them as we harambe, pull our people together. But lawfully, Afro-descendant, we're asking you to consent to lawfully self-identify as an Afro-descendant also for legal purposes, okay? That's what we're asking. We're not telling you or forcing it on you. We're asking you to vote in this referendum and give us your consent to do so that we may move forward, because we respect you as a people of 40 million. Okay, let's go forward. That's ballot question number 3. Do you lawfully identify? Ballot question number 4. Which of the 4, these are self-determination options. We understand that self-determination is reparations, but it's a form of reparations, because reparations comes in many forms. We'll get to that later. Some want land, some want individual payments, some want institutions. That is not the subject of this plebiscite, although it's the subject of other surveys that are being taken with this plebiscite. Self-determination, we're going to ask ballot question number 4. Which of the 4 options would you prioritize to be pursued as a form of self-determination? Which of the 4 options would you prioritize? Meaning that after consultation with our leaders, we didn't want to force you to choose one or another. In this referendum, we're asking you to rank your priorities. Okay, number 1 on this ballot, to remain a U.S. citizen. How you are asked to vote and to rank your priority of that vote. Number 2, return to Africa under your birthright. How do you vote on that? Where do you rank it? We want consent. We want to know on our ballot. Ballot question number 4, subsection 3, immigration to another country. Do you want to go to Jamaica? I know I do, and I want me a home in Jamaica. That's high on my ballot answer. Do you want to go to Curacao? Do you want to go to Brazil? Do you want to go to Colombia? Do you want to go to another country? Rank your priority. Number 4, the creation of an independent nation on U.S. soil and becoming a sovereign nation that we can call our own. Talk to me, followers of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Talk to me, followers of the Republic of New Africa, who stated that our New Africa are 5 states in the South in the Black Belt. Where do you rank that on this list? It's on the list. And there will be one more question. Do you desire to create an independent nation on another foreign soil that is not Africa? And that is going to be placed on the ballot, because I must tell you that in this hour that there is land that is being offered to our people throughout what they call the Asiatic world. So come back up to it for 1 second. So I just want you to be clear. Ballot question number 4, we want answered, and we want you to rank your priorities. And we're also not asking to strip anybody of their U.S. citizenship. If you want to remain a U.S. citizen and exercise the other options, that's fine. We don't want to get into a battle behind that. Okay, so the question was a little funny for me, right? But I'm a part of a process. And even this entire ballot, this is not a Malik Zulu ballot. This is not an Afro-descendant nation ballot. This is a ballot with a consent of the overwhelming majority of the leaders that have committed their lives to the reparations process. Let's move to number 5. So I can move to the other leaders, not only get their opinion on this and see how we're going to move on reparations. I do not intend to dominate this meeting, but this is the key subject in this meeting, this history-making ballot. Ballot question number 5, minority status. This question is because there are many brothers and sisters who correctly assert that we here as a people, that we were here before Columbus. This question here is on the ballot, recognizing the fact that we are an indigenous people, not only from the Eastern hemispheres, but from the Western hemispheres as well. And in the way the United States government has treated us and classified us legally as a minority, they have greatly stripped us of our rights and our remedies by limiting us and our status, and deprived us of the benefits of certain treaties and land and rights, not only in America, but in international forums. That's a backdrop. This question is on the ballot due to a portion of leaders that are with us on the whole ballot. And this question is respectfully, it's entered for them and us. I agree with the question, but it comes from them. This is a process how we got to this ballot. Ballot question number 5. Do you agree to no longer be declared under the status of a minority in the United States? And do you consent to the status of indigenous with all rights and privileges conferred? Yes or no, or I'm unsure, I need more information. That's ballot question number 5 on this referendum. We want to know, do you want to continue to be considered and limited to the category of a minority? Or do you, if you're eligible, to be able to take advantage of your status and your history as an indigenous person? And there is a large body of persons inside of what we call the Black nation in America that identifies as indigenous, and we want you on with us in this process for this ballot. Your question is on the ballot, and you are on board with us. Ballot question number 5. Do you agree to no longer be declared under the status of a minority in the United States? And do you consent to the status of indigenous with all rights and privileges conferred? Yes or no? And if you need more information, that's fine. Let's get that question to the masses. Let's stop talking amongst the scholars and debating amongst the learned or speaking to the choir. And let's get these questions to 40 million of our people before time runs out and we waste the time of our elders and our ancestors who have fought so long to get us to this point. Ballot question number 6. It's only 7, and then I'm going to submit and relent. Thank you for listening to me. I pray I don't waste a second of your time. Ballot question number 6. Do you agree to support your vote in this plebiscite and referendum by supporting legitimate organizational efforts to achieve full and complete reparations and self-determination, including enacting economic sanctions and other necessary political actions? Yes or no? Ballot question number 6 is, do you commit to what you're voting for? Do you commit to take action based on your vote? Do you commit, for example, to shut down Wells Fargo and other banks and financial institutes that have robbed your ancestors? Do you commit to move on the Catholic Church and other entities who set up the transatlantic slave trade, robbed us, and who have hundreds of thousands of businesses worth billions of dollars in America? Do you commit? Do you commit to take actions such as some as that Brother Ramzu has taken and will take? What we know on number 6 is how was the expression of your commitment and how strong are we willing to act. If we're not willing to act in the reparations movement, then this is going to become a theoretical exercise in forums and meetings and diplomacy, and we will be here 20 or 30 years later showing how wise we are and how smart we are and how eloquent we are, and there will be no pressure on the enemy who has robbed us. And right now, I must be honest, there is no pressure on the U.S. government, no pressure on the Catholic Church, no pressure on Western powers, no pressure on corporations and companies that have absolutely robbed and exploited us. If they're doing business carte blanche right now, and by God's grace and with your consent, that must come to an end. The reparations movement must strike a bold, must take bold steps in achieving our goal, or we should just drop it and continue to have conversations. Last question, ballot question number 7. Ballot question number 7, bring it up. This is our ballot, a ballot for our nation, from our leaders, our election. Not an election where we voting for one devil or another devil, Donald Trump or Joe Biden. And Joe Biden is bombing Palestine and bombing Yemen, and he has no respect for human rights. And plenty of Negroes is lining up. I was getting ready to vote. I was going to vote. November, we was getting ready to vote. What the hell has voting in white American elections got us but another imperialist in office? And so we can stand behind that vote, continue to vote with those votes, continue to back the American electoral process that has gotten us nothing. Don't tell me that our ballot don't have effect. This vote is more important than any vote that has ever been taken in the history of the United States of America as it pertains to our people, because it is a vote of our will, our goals, not forced on us by an enemy authority and an enemy we keep placing in office. Ballot question, pardon my whatever I am. Ballot question number 7. Lastly, solidarity. We're talking here, this vote here is for Blacks in America, what they call Afro-descendants inside of America. This is for us in America. We don't have authority to collect a vote for Afro-descendants or Black people in Brazil or Afro-descendants in Colombia. They are our brothers and sisters, but we don't have authority. We agree with the brothers and sisters in Africa and the OAU and others that African countries are due for reparations, but we're not conducting a plebiscite. our referendum, our vote for African nations, though we support their efforts. We're in solidarity with them. We're in solidarity with liberation struggles, but we must be clear here. This is about reparations and self-determination for our people here inside of America. That's all the authority that we have. Ballot question number 7. I agree. It should say, do you? Do you agree to the principle of solidarity with other Blacks, or what's called Afro-descendants over here in the Western Hemisphere, who have suffered the above detailed crimes against humanity? And do you consent to receive support from and agree to offer support to Afro-descendant nations, Afro-descendant organizations, and other reparations organizations in the Western Hemisphere and around the world? What are we saying in ballot question number 7? We're saying here, we're asking you, we're not telling you. We're saying, do you support the struggle of our people, of whom they call themselves Afro-descendants in the Western Hemisphere? There are many, many millions of them. Do you agree? Do you agree that you support their efforts for reparations? And do you agree to gain support from them? We're saying, do you agree to support our brothers and sisters in Africa? And do you agree to receive support from them? Yes or no? It's okay for you to answer. Those are the questions. This is our ballot. We shall not turn around. Even in the course of this meeting, as we get on through this meeting, and we're going to take time, we shall not turn back. This ballot is 98% done. There may be a small change here or there, but we are not opening up Pandora's box and going back into another long deliberations and contemplations. We'll be like the United States Congress. The Congress, and the Congress has a very low approval rating amongst the American people because they always talking and debating, but they don't ever pass no legislation. At some point, leadership has to exercise a decision based on the majority. And that's what we're here. We're asking your support, leaders who are coming, asking you to, and pleading and really demanding that you support this national plebiscite, this national vote, this national ballot that is long overdue and is history in the making. So later on in this meeting soon, Sister Collida will come on here and she will show you the format that the ballot will be conducted on. You've received a text of the ballot that's doing well right now from Google Docs. This vote will not be conducted on Google Docs. Previously, you have voted on text by text message through 877-506-2184. We have advanced beyond that. Those votes count. They'll be converted, but we have advanced beyond a text message system. Black Lawyers for Justice, because we love the efforts that the Honorable Silas Muhammad and the Afro-descendant nation are putting forth. We have agreed to put up $3,000 to donate to the Afro-descendant nation so that it will have the best voting system that is available on the planet Earth. And it comes with many benefits, and it is very professional so that you as leaders can believe in it, buy into it. This is our plebiscite. This is our vote. This is our time. We must move forward strongly, and we cannot turn around. I thank you for hearing from me. I'm looking forward to your feedback. I'm sorry if I offended nobody, but we cannot wait any longer. Honorable Mario Obadelli went on to the ancestors without the plebiscite and the vote being fulfilled. Queen Mother Moore went on to the ancestors without the vote or the plebiscite or an army being raised that will fight this battle and achieve reparations. I could name them all day. John Henry Clark, and the Honorable Chokwe Lumumba, the Honorable Khalid Mohammed. I cannot in good conscience not advocate the strongest of aggressive action due to my respect for those ancestors. I respect the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, who I struggled with through the Indaba reparations process in 2004. Honors to Dr. Conrad Warrell, who gave his life for this cause. Out of respect for Minister Louis Farrakhan, 91 years old. Out of respect for the Honorable Silas Muhammad, I believe 85 years old. Our elders, we must show our elders better. We must do better. And for you who have been giving your entire lives here, do not be offended by us, ADN, or me, because we are putting forth these aggressive measures of the plebiscite, the ballot, and economic sanctions. We do this because we intend not to talk about it. We must have full and complete reparations in our lifetime. And thank you for hearing my submission. Sorry about the time I took. And so let me speed up here. And now what I want to do is bring on a young man here who he shares my passion, but he's no intellectual. He's not short on any intellectual point. He's just a man of action, and he is my brother. And he and I have clashed before. We have differed before, and but we try this. But we understand that we're on the same mission. And I'm honored to introduce to you now the leader of the Human Rights Policy Officers, who has a following in America, who has a track record, not only in America and throughout the world. I present to you for his presentation and his submission, the brother leader, Ramzu Yunus, the leader of the Human Rights Policy Officers.
And I'd like to interject before you get started, Brother Ramzu. We promised the audience that we would stop at intervals to take questions live from the audience. So Brother Shahid is on, and would you just select a couple questions for us to answer, and you can just read the question for us, okay?
Can I intervene for a minute?
Yes, sir.
I don't want to. The questions are very important. However, is it possible? I just want to ask, is it? Okay. If we could hear, I want to hear 3 people, then we take questions. I would like to hear just Ramzu's statement, if possible. Sister Queen Efia Wangaza, who's one of the founding members of N'Cobra and the Republic of New Africa. I would like to hear her and Honorable Attorney Harriet Abubakar, and I'm hoping for Elena Porter. I don't think their statements are going to be long, but if possible, can we just hear what they say? Then let's go to questions, many questions as you desire. Then we come back. Is that okay if we just do that, please?
Yes, sir. You're the conductor.
Thank you.
Go ahead and turn it over to Brother
Amza. We just want to hear their position on the plebiscite and on the plebiscite and the vote.
The floor is yours.
You're on, Brother Ramsey. The floor is yours, comrade.
All right. Can you all hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. Salute everyone. Assalamu alaikum. Greetings of peace to everybody participating. Madam President, Afro-Descendant Nation, conductor, all of the distinguished guests on this panel. I'm Ramzu Yunus, Human Rights Policy Officer, and also salute to my fellow Human Rights Policy Officers who have taken it upon themselves to answer the duty to stand up and promote our human rights, and last but not least, to defend against any opposition or forcible denial of our human rights. First, I want to begin by sharing something from Dr. King, because tomorrow we celebrate Dr. King's birthday. The government that killed Dr. King has presented to us their acceptable version of Dr. King that we will be celebrating tomorrow, but that's not the version of Dr. King that they murdered. same system that we are getting ready to participate in by voting and trying to rally our people to vote. And at the same time, by doing such, we have sanctioned the murder of Dr. King and others such as Fred Hampton. But I would like to quote something from Dr. King, if we can. I'm reading from a transcript of Dr. King's. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
I'm reading from a transcript of Dr. King. He had a meeting in 1967 in Frogmore, South Carolina. It wasn't a rally or anything. It was a strategy meeting because he had decided that after 12 years of civil rights struggle that they hadn't gotten any tangible results for Black people. So he's had to switch up his strategies. First thing he said is we have moved from the era of civil rights to the era of human rights. So number one, all of us who are in the civil rights struggle, we pride by calling ourselves civil rights activists. And our main idol in that activism is Dr. King. But Dr. King moved away from the civil rights struggle. So if we're in the civil rights struggle, we're on the wrong battlefield. And as Malcolm X criticized Martin Luther King for years before this switch, he said, look, civil rights are under their jurisdiction. Human rights puts us out of their jurisdiction. We can't rely on Uncle Sam to solve a crime that he committed himself or prosecute himself for a crime that he committed himself. But most of all, Dr. King, in the same meeting, I'm reading from his transcript, he said, we were seeking to reform. Do y'all still hear me? We were seeking to reform certain conditions in the house of our nation because the nation wasn't living up to the very rules of the house that it has prescribed in the Constitution. Then after Selma and the Voting Rights Bill, we moved into a new era, which must be an era of revolution. I think we must see the great distinction between a reform movement and a revolutionary movement. That's the Dr. King that they killed. That's definitely not the Dr. King that they're presenting to us on his birthday tomorrow, that they're celebrating. But Dr. King said, hold on now, all the voting, the protesting, the marching, trying to seek redress for our grievances within the system, the civil rights system, the civil rights struggle is not going to work. That's trying to reform something that can't be reformed. So we must move on to revolution. And revolution doesn't have to be bloody, but it does mean a changing of power and those who are oppressed attaining power by any means, violent or non-violent. Of course, Dr. King's choice was nonviolence. So in our struggle today, we still have to make that same distinction. Are you a reformist? Are you going to waste our time or waste your time and try to waste our time trying to reform something that can't be reformed? Or are you a revolutionary and you're willing to do what it takes to make sure our people have power? So that distinction has to be made. But I like to add one more thing because there's another distinction that's critical to our struggle. Besides the reformists and the revolutionary, we have the hypocritical conformists. In the Bible, in Romans 12, it reads, I beseech you, therefore, brethren, by the mercies of God, that you present your bodies a living sacrifice, holy and acceptable unto God, which is your reasonable service. And be not conformed to this world, but be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind, that you may prove what is that good and acceptable and perfect will of God. See, a reformist can be sincere. They're just ignorant, but they're sincere. And like Dr. King, they can't transform. They can't renew their mind and transform themselves from the foolish notion that this system can be reformed. But the hypocritical conformist, he's going to do what the system allows him to do. He knows that the oppressive government can't be reformed, but he's afraid to resist against the government because the government is so strong. So the conformist is not willing to offer himself or herself as a sacrifice to the service of Black people. And that's the stage that we have gotten to today, because many have sacrificed themselves, and we saw those sacrifices, so many of us began conforming. Dr. King's own comrades, right before they murdered him, they rejected his message of revolution. And once they killed Dr. King, they conformed. Even some of them joined the government. So we're going to represent what is perfect for our people by not conforming, by engaging in a revolutionary act. Continuing to vote for superficial adjustments, that's being a conformist. Continuing to petition and rally, thinking this system will do something right, well, knowing that it won't do anything right, but we know that they will allow us to protest, they will allow us to rally. That's being a conformist. asking for reparations continuously year after year, knowing that they will not give it to us when we have a right to reparations, and there's something that we can do to guarantee reparations. Not doing what's guaranteed, that's being a conformist. We have to be revolutionaries. And how do you be revolutionaries? By asserting the right of self-determination. The last thing I'm gonna share before I close out, we want to hear from what the government says. United States government says about, listen, U.S. policy toward national self-determination movements. This is what they say. Bear with me. This is from the head of this meeting, the chairman of this meeting. These are his statements. He said, what is wrong with changing borders that have been created by monarchs back 2 centuries ago? And after all, our country is a product of the self-determination movement. Now I'm gonna read from his last statement. Can you go down, please, sister? This is the chairman, a 30-year congressman, Dana T. Rohrabacher, out of California, talking about self-determination and self-determination movements. Now he says, and if the majority of people in San Diego end up being people who would prefer that they live in Mexico, I'm sorry. They have a right to vote on it, and it's adios, San Diego. That's the government talk. This is not a radical Malik Zulu Shabazz. This is not a radical revolutionary Honorable Silas Muhammad. It's not Khalid Muhammad. It's not Huey P. Newton. This is a 30-year congressman of the United States government in a hearing that they had on self-determination movements, saying it's as simple as those people who are oppressed having a vote. If the people vote yes, it's adios to this oppressive system. So if we know it's as simple as having a vote, just like the Republic of New Africa, they knew it was as simple as having a vote when they pronounced it in 1968.
Yes, sir.
The Honorable Minister Farrakhan noted it's as simple as having a vote. That's why in 2018, he made the announcement that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad told them many decades ago to hold their vote. So we know it's as simple as holding a vote, but we have been conforming for all of these years. Now, in 2024, conform no more. We're not conforming no more in 2024. We're holding this vote, we're moving forward, and then it's adios to oppression. It's adios to being denied self-determination. It's adios to being denied reparations. Because when we assert our right of self-determination, we take control wherever we are. So to be adios, Detroit, if we want to claim Detroit, it'd be adios, Jackson, Mississippi. It'd be adios wherever Black people as a majority vote for independence. So this is the action that we are engaged in right now. This is what's being proposed to you right now to participate in this vote. The sister said there are many fronts. I'm telling you right now, delete all those fronts. You need to focus on one front. The battlefield, if you split your soldiers up into 1,000 fronts, you're gonna lose those fronts. We got one front right now, and that's the vote. And all of our organizations, revolutionary pioneering organizations, have agreed to a vote. They just haven't taken the action. So now we're taking the action. So you have no excuse for not engaging. So delete all fronts. This is the front. We're not taking, as Comrade Malik said, we're not taking over the reparations movement. We're making it a movement because it hasn't been moving. So you want to progress, take progressive measures, or keep doing the same thing over and over again. And I doubt you want to do the same thing over and over again. So we're moving forward with this vote. Sorry, the disclaimer is these are my words. So if I injured anybody, it's not the Afro-descendant nation that's injuring you. It's Comrade Ramzu injuring you. And I meant to injure you because all I speak is truth. And if truth injures you, then that's your fault. But we got to move forward with this. Love you all. Salute.
All right, all right. Come on, y'all. Strong hand from a strong statement from a strong member of the leadership of this movement. And you can put that ballot back up as often as possible. And what I want to do right now is I would like to move with two persons next. Two persons. If it's okay, can I hear from Mama Ifia, then Attorney Harriet Abubakar, in that order, and then we will come hopefully with Elena Porter, Deidre Farmer-Paleman, and then Cam Howard is on also. Okay, we're gonna get to the questions. We're gonna have plenty of questions. Right now, right now, I want you to hear from the strong voices who are backing this plebiscite. That's what the format is right now. We want to know who's backing this up, and we want to hear why they're backing this up, and they are part of the creation of the ballot. Can you put the ballot up also? Not to cover my sister, but just so that it's with the sister. And I want to introduce to you now, Madam, if an attorney, Ifia Wangaza, who is she's a founding member of NCOBRA, National Coalition of Blacks for Reparations in America. She is a veteran of many revolutionary movements, including the Republic of New Africa and other New African movements and projects. And she is she could we very well say that she represents New Africans. She does, and she can explain herself. And therefore I listened to her into the late hours of the night. We talk into the late hours of the night. And we're glad to be on the same page, and we want to hear from herself about where we have arrived in history with this plebiscite and where we must go to get reparations and self-determination in 2024. Honorable Queen, Attorney Ifia Wangaza, you have the floor, ma'am.
Free the land.
Free the land, Queen.
First, I want to salute our recently fallen soldiers, Brother Ralph Pointer, educator, human rights advocate, and political prisoner representative with the Black is Back Coalition, and our Republic of New Africa Black Liberation Army soldier, Sekou Odinga. May they find peace, and may we prove ourselves worthy of their unconditional love and service to the liberation of African people and humanity. I'm a veteran of the 1960s Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, the SNCC Atlanta Black Power Position Paper Project, a proud daughter of Garveyites. I serve as a South Carolina-based New African civil human rights attorney and historian, founding director of the Malcolm X Center for Self-Determination and WMXP-LP Community Radio, a co-founder of the National Malcolm X Grassroots Movement, National Coalition of Blacks for Reparations in America, Black is Back Coalition for Peace and Reparations, and the Black Alliance for Peace. I am a past national co-chair of the National Jericho Movement to free all U.S. political prisoners, succeeding Jericho co-founder and Republic of New Africa Vice President, Mama Safia Bukhari. I currently serve on the Imam Jamil Alameen Network Media Committee and the Black Belt Human Rights Coalition Committee for Transformation of the Criminal Punishment System. At the UN, I have served as the chair of the U.S. Human Rights Network's Political Prisoner and State Repression Working Group, and led the historic and successful campaign to put incarcerated and exiled U.S. civil rights COINTELPRO era human rights defenders and political prisoners on the global human rights agenda. In 1992, we coordinated NCOBRA's national conference in Charleston, South Carolina, where it is estimated that up to 40% of our ancestors were brought into North America and impressed into servitude. The conference was held at the Mother Emanuel Denmark VC AME Church. That conference provided the spark that set the modern day movement fire. To coin a phrase, many reparations organizations have been formed since NCOBRA's 1992 conference. Others have adopted reparations as an issue, and cities and states have formed commissions and foundations allocated funds. However, very little effort has been made to hear from the masses of our people. From our identity to our individual and collective definition of full and complete reparations, in addition, of course, to a check. For many years, we have heard the call for a plebiscite, a referendum, even a poll on our government status, our identity, and how we individually or collectively define reparations, among other issues. Today presents an opportunity to begin to gather input from the masses of our people. And from that baseline, move toward a people-centered movement consolidation and reparations definition. It's a historic moment. Many of the questions on this referendum have never been asked before.
That's right.
Now is the time.
Amen.
I invite you to join this next phase of our movement for repair. Thank you.
All right. You heard it. You can ask her questions with the upcoming question and answer session. You have heard her credentials. Those are impeccable credentials. We are absolutely, Sister Collida, we are absolutely going to produce a transcript of this meeting. This meeting, because it is historical in nature and the action that we're taking in unity is historical. Thank you, Mama. Please hold in here for the question and answer session and for our dialogue. And thank you for bringing all of your years of service to bear here. And one of my missions is, ma'am, that your time not be wasted, ma'am. I do this because of your service. I want to bring on another esteemed Black woman who spiritually inspires me to do this work. She is the wife of the Honorable Silas Muhammad, and in her own right, she is a great person, a great woman with great history in human rights and reparations. She's a pioneer in this field. If it's not inappropriate, I would say that she is the Honorable Harriet Abu Bakr, our lead counsel in the Afro-descendant nation, and really from the legacy and family of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. How you doing, my queen? It's an honor.
Thank you very much, Minister and Attorney Malik Zulu Shabazz. Thank you for all of your compliments and my greetings to all of our listening audience. I am beginning to feel like one of the older people in the group now that I'm up in my 80s. And I do want to pass it on to the younger people in my group, or in our group, in our society. Basically, I wanted to touch on the history part of how we got to the name Afro-Descendants, and then connected with the plebiscite that we're working on today. Now, my husband, the Honorable Silas Muhammad, asked me back in the year 1992 to get active and get to know the means and methods of how we could work and achieve something at the United Nations level. And that's something that I had not studied in law school. I had no idea what to do with the UN. But I jumped out there and tried to learn as much as I could. Now, because we're limited in time, I'm not going to go through all of the classes and processes that we did engage in. But for those of you who are interested, you can look on YouTube to National Reparations Convention 2023. Our last session was October 7th and 8th. And during that time, I went step by step and told you about how we got the United Nations attention, how we pointed out to them that in their International Convention on Civil and Political Rights, Article 27, we basically did not have any human rights to defend because we did not fit their description. I go into that in some detail. So any of those of you who are interested in getting more detail, please go back to that episode and then you can fill in the blanks as to how important the name and identity Afro-descendant is to us as far as the United Nations are concerned. United Nations did assist us in having different seminars. We as a people represented by 19 countries voted on the term Afro-descendant. We also gave it a working definition that was to be added to by the state of Brazil, and they outnumber us in body count about 2-1. And they wanted to tweak the Afro-descendant definition that we presented. And they have in the future intentions on doing that. But when it comes to the plebiscite that we're discussing today, when we talk about using the legal term Afro-descendant, it's because we have gone through all those steps to get it before the United Nations, to get the working definition that my husband and I came up with and has been presented to you by song by Pastor Victoria, and we thank her for that. We have done all of this, and we have gotten response, and we have gotten interest from all the Afro-descendants in the other 19 countries that were represented, because they were so impressed with how we in the United States handled the civil rights problems and how we were able to get the mighty United States government to give us some of the things we already had, but at least they recognized it a little more. And they asked us in the future to come up with methods and means by which they could look at what we are doing and then use that as a guide to do something in their own countries. So we're doing that. We have written books galore. We have studies galore, and we're going to get into some of that in the near future. And we have the information we need. So we are ready to go forward and see where we are as a people in our thinking. And that's why this plebiscite is so important now. Before we get into too much detail, too much work, we need to know what our people want.
That's right.
And they've never been given the opportunity to tell the world what they want. And now is that time. I'm speaking now for myself, like Brother Eunice does for himself, when I say this. But when I look at the situation over there with Israel and Palestine, I don't see much difference between the situation they're in, the Palestinians, and the situation we are in. If something goes wrong in our country, the things that are happening to the Palestinians could happen to us very easily. What's the difference? So now is our time to to make a decision as to what are we going to do to protect ourselves. And we can't just think about it. We have to start moving on it. So I appreciate the plebiscite that's being presented, because along with other things, we have to get real. And if some of us can't do anything but protect ourselves so that we survive anything, then at least we can do that. And we need to take this plebiscite serious. We need to make it available to all of our organizations, because everybody knows this is for real. Look at the state the world is in. This is for real. So why we have to get real with it. What I'd like for you to do when you examine this plebiscite and when you vote on this plebiscite is remember this we're doing for ourselves in the United States, but it's going to be used as a model for 19 other Afro-descendant nations. Keep that in mind. This is not just for us, but we can give them help and guidance into what they're doing. They're watching us. Let's do it for them. Submit it.
Accepted and received warmly. Warm, ma'am. Thank you so much. You bring joy to my heart and others' hearts. And you have heard from the Honorable Attorney Harriet Abu Bakr, whose credentials in this field speak for themselves. And we're looking, brothers and sisters who are watching, for 200 Black organizations, for 200 of our organizations to join us in making this plebiscite successful. And in a few minutes, you're going to see the technology. You're going to see the technology that we're going to use to gain over 1 million votes. Thank you. Thank you, Attorney. Please stay for the question and answers coming up in a moment. Coming up in this lineup, we have the Honorable Elena Porter, who's about to come, Sister Deidre Farmer-Paleman, Brother Cam Howard, and then for the technology display, Khalida Bastet, and we're hoping that Sister Melina can come on. We have to accommodate her. When she comes on, soon as she comes on, let's let her in, or let's make her the next person, because I know she's on the road. We also have, and then once we have questions, we have another presentation. We have Brother Sifiwe Baleka, and we have other presenters here that are going to present. They will be accommodated, okay? So, and we have Brother Ishmael. We have to make sure he has very important things to tell us today, actually to help carry the program. Okay, let's get right into it. We have human rights experts. We have a sister that I've known for some time, and we have really a block of persons that are with her, human rights experts that have been demanding a plebiscite or a vote on our intentions and our status for many years. And we've gone back and forth for many years on this, and I'm glad that we're on the same page in this hour. Is Sister Elena Porter there? Are you here?
I'm asking her to unmute herself and turn on her camera. She is here.
Okay, Ms. Porter, can you unmute and come on? And if that takes a minute, let's jump real quick. Let's jump here to Ms. Porter. Can you get your camera and your mic ready? We want to see you and hear you. And while we prepare that, Eric Phillips from CARICOM, I know he's calling from the Caribbean, and that's very important. So let me quickly do this. Brother Cam Howard, while we wait for Elena, and we have other, yes, Brother Cam Howard, the leader of Reparations United and one of our hardest workers in the reparations movement, who has endorsed and supports this plebiscite, and we support his efforts as he is trying to hold the elections process in America accountable as it pertains to Black folks and reparations. He's doing a very important work. He can speak for himself. Is Brother Cam ready?
Same for Brother Cam. He needs to turn his camera on and unmute himself.
Okay, fine. We'll wait on Brother Cam, who's in the queue. We need to get Elena queued up correctly. Okay, so right now, well, then what I want to do is go to Sister Queen Deidre Farmer Paleman, who is a longtime figure in this movement, has been a part of serious litigation efforts, is well known and honored here, and we want to appreciate her time. So please, let's bring on Ms. Deidre Farmer Paleman to submit.
Thank you so much, Brother Shabazz. I just want to ask quickly, is the film going to be shown? I saw it in the queue. I wanted to know. Well, I'm just going to say.
The film that she's referring to, Attorney Malik, is about 6 minutes long. I'll defer that question to you.
That's within her time frame, and we honor her. Let's bring it on.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. One moment, please.
Let me just say a couple of words while she's queuing it up. I just want to thank the Honorable Silas Muhammad, Sister Abu Bakr Esquire, and also thank you, Brother Shabazz. I'm very honored to have this opportunity to join you guys today. I don't often get a chance to come out to events and participate in things, but I'm grateful. I'm also very appreciative to learn exactly what the origin of the Afro-descendant terminology is, because I see it everywhere. It is the term that's used in the United Nations, Organization of American States. It's everywhere. So I'm just so grateful to know all of the fullness of the work that you've been doing. And I accept the title and I accept the petition. I also want to know, are we going to have an Afro-descendant political party? Okay. Another thing, can we have a Cash App where each of us can send in $1 or something to contribute to show our numbers and our force? Because 1 million of us is $1 million, right? Okay, is the film ready? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
This is a Benin bronze. It was cast from melted manillas, a currency the Kingdom of Benin was paid in exchange for people they sold to Europeans in the transatlantic slave trade. As many as 10,000 Benin bronzes exist. One like this one sold for $13 million in 2016. They were taken from Africa by the British Navy in 1897 in retaliation for the Kingdom of Benin killing unarmed British Navy officers and African pilots. The loss of the Benin bronzes in 1897 ended centuries of enslaved people being used as human sacrifices at ancestral altars and in villages by the Kingdom of Benin. The bronzes were sold to museums and collectors around the world.
The Benin bronzes ended up in museums around the world. More than 900 are still here in the British Museum. But now there is a movement from some to return them.
It was wrong to take the bronzes. It was wrong to keep them.
Each of the objects so taken away represented an ancestor in captivity, not just an artwork.
Now the slave trader heirs of the Benin Kingdom want them back, but they don't want to share them with the descendants of the people they enslaved. Museums are planning to repatriate them to Nigeria. But the heirs of the people they enslaved claim co-ownership because the enslaved paid for them with their lives. And the heirs of the enslaved are still paying for them with their sufferings.
Don't pull it out. Don't pull it out.
He fired a total of 7 rounds into the car.
Me out of my own car.
Get out of the car!
And then you gonna
I will
stun
light
me?
you up. Get out! Don't touch me.
The arrest was captured by a cell phone camera. Within seconds, Officer Daniel Pantaleo had wrapped his arms around Garner's neck.
Cena ainda morre com tiro de fuzil da polícia do estado dentro da...
Prosecutors say Officer Derek Chauvin had his knee on George Floyd's neck for 8 minutes and 46 seconds, including 2 minutes and 53 seconds after Floyd had become unresponsive.
Thank you so much. Now, a lot of you are probably a little confused about what it is. What is this message here? I just want to be clear about the film. Our goal is to make sure that all of us Afro-descendants know our connection to these iconic artifacts that are hanging in museums around the world. 1/4 of them are here in the United States. The total collection are worth 30 billion. And most of them belong to us. Now, when I say us, I mean the descendants of people who were enslaved. Unfortunately, none of the museums, and in fact, maybe there's just one museum that tells the story of our connection to these relics. Right now, we have conflict with Nigeria. Nigeria does not want to acknowledge us and ensure that we get our share of the relics. However, with our campaign, we have managed to make some breakthroughs with international museums. And at this point, we have a little work to do because it looks like the door is going to open for us to be able to get our share of these relics. And when I say get our share, that is that we get assigned co-ownership or engage in the management of the relics so that they're not all going back to Nigeria, but some of them should go back to Nigeria, and we support that. But we definitely want our children to have access to these relics, and they are our reparations. There's opportunities that are coming with these relics and the things that we're doing, engaging with institutions around the world. We have 107 claim petitions on these relics around the world. And some of the museums are offering us a seat at the table at this time. So I'm going to ask you all, African studies professors that you know, or the Black curators that you know, that is African descendants, Afro-descendant curators that you know here in the United States, art students, any of those folks need to be mobilized because there's about to be opportunities created for them in these institutions. So please contact me through our website. It's rsgincorp.com, rsgincorp.com, or perhaps my email address can be put into the room, so that we can all mobilize around these relics, because this is a critical part of this struggle for reparations. Also, we are engaging in healing conversations with descendants of the Benin Kingdom. And we've been doing that for several months now. But we want all of you to know that this is not happening in a vacuum. The OBA initially acknowledged us, said that we have a legitimate claim. And some of the descendants of some of the family, of the royal family, have been meeting with us for a few months now, probably since May of last year. So there are discussions happening, and there will be some harmony or some harmonious meetings, even here in the United States, that we will call on everyone to participate in. But it's almost like the ending of a war, okay? Because there was somewhat of a war that went on. I mean, a lot of us left Africa in wars, and this is going to be the first opportunity to settle a long overdue crime and conflict. So I just wanted to share that. You all know we do other work around corporate complicity. We have litigation coming up. We're about to launch a really powerful campaign around corporations that played a role in slavery. It's going to be a media campaign. And we are pushing for the use of the Proxmire Act, which is the Genocide Compensation Act that is the law of the United States government. We need the Department of Justice to start using the Proxmire Act to prosecute cases of crimes by police against our people, and many other types of crimes, corporate crimes, insurance crimes, all kinds of crimes that are committed against us specifically as a result of us being descendants of enslaved Africans. They qualify as genocide, and we need to get the Proxmire Act used. So we have a campaign around that. And any of you who have any interest in working with us on any of these campaigns, please contact us. It's, we have an open door for anyone who wants to contribute. And that's all I have to say. Oh, one thing I want to say, thank you so much to Ida Hakeem, Sister Ida Hakeem, for actually helping me to become reunited with the Afro-descendant nation. We used to meet up in conferences all the time, and Ida, who has from CURE, which is a Caucasian group that supported reparations, has been solidly behind us all these years. And I know all of you know who she is, and she's a blessing, and I thank her for her being a true ally. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Paleman. Honored to hear from you, and very refreshing. And there's so much that we anticipate doing together. Your projects are extremely important. I believe I can say you have the support of the Afro-descendant nation. We want you to help us push the plebiscite, and then all of our resources are your resources. Our contacts are your contacts, and there's a lot for us to discuss when it comes to corporate accountability, and I'm looking forward to our relationship, and I'm honored for us working together, and I commend you for your many years of service. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, sisters and brothers, I have my orders to follow. I have to take a few questions. We have Brother Cam Howard, who's coming up after the questions. We have Elena Porter. We have Eric Phillips. I know he's in from the Caribbean. Okay. Miss Porter, boy, I'm gonna try to work her anyway. Let me see if she can do audio. Okay, anyway, let's go right now to the question answers, ma'am, so we can stick with the agenda.
Thank you. Brother Shahid is going, there are 24 questions in there, so we can't get to everyone. So Brother Shahid is going to try and focus on the plebiscite related questions first. Brother Shahid, can you give us the first question?
Yes, we do have one question for Brother Ramzu from Daniel Guttridge and Malika Williams. And this question is this the same vote that Comrade Ramzu and the human rights policy officers are having or hosting?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Turn your camera on. Thank you.
No, that's a vote that we've been having for about, I don't know, 4 years, three years. We've been hosting our own vote for independence. No, this is something different, but it's along the same lines. It's still a reflection of the will of the people. So even though I know a lot of you all have those ballots and it's still ongoing, especially in places like Detroit, well, everywhere. But this is something, it's different, but along the same lines. So we still can participate in this because it is still an expression of the will of the people of Afro descendants. But it's something different, but the same, if that makes any sense.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And the last question we have is, when will the ballot from Hamza Shabazz, when will the ballot be available for us?
Okay, there's a ballot. The ballot should be in the chat room right now. There's a ballot in the chat room that you can participate in. It is a valid ballot. And if you click it and put your email and name, you can register your vote. In a moment, I want you all to see the professional technology that we're going to use to get the vote over to 1 million persons. This will not be limited to just us here in this leaders posting on Facebook. It's going to take much more than that. This is an entire campaign. It's going to be a way of life. When we're going to explain that more as we go along. There's going to be some finance invested in this. When you go on Facebook, just like you're seeing all kind of ads for everything else, things I didn't even ask for coming across my Facebook all the time. You're going to have to see the vote coming across the screen, and there's going to be, we're going to show you the technology shortly. We're not playing with this. We're committed to showing you that if you support this vote, that you're riding first class, that we're not about to do this janky or passing around a few pieces of paper. This is a big step we're taking, and it's a risk we're taking. And therefore we have to have the best to be successful. Okay, so they can put it in the chat room now. The vote can be taken. And as during the course of this meeting, you will see the technology that's going to come out next week. And also the existing phone number that we've been giving out, how that number will be used. And this is a real campaign. This is a real professional financed campaign. Okay, any other questions here? Before we
Attorney Shabazz, just to be clear, we don't have a chat room. So the communication is through the Q&A box. The ballot will be presented to everyone after the webinar. It will come up automatically as soon as you close your screen, and it will come to you via email. Whatever email you're using, you will get it in your email as well. So just to clear that up.
Okay.
Brother Shahid, is there any other questions that you feel we could get to really quickly that are somewhat related to the plebiscite, if not directly?
There are no more questions regarding the plebiscite at this time.
Oh, okay. I think this person just put it in. It says My Reverend Dr. Pastor Don J. Tynes, he says, my question plebiscite on healthcare we are being killed in abortion clinics, OBGYN clinics, delivery rooms, and disappearance in medical schools of descendants of enslaved Africans in America and Afro descendants. Will health care be included? Did I miss it?
Okay, no, ma'am, you didn't miss it. Healthcare is one of the atrocities that and human rights violations that are currently being committed against us and has been committed against us. And so question one, can you bring up the ballot again? Question
Question one, go ahead.
These questions pertain to question one. Let's scroll down. Question one pertains to us attacking or demanding or obtaining damages for what's being done, past and present. Ballot question number two is, let me see how this process works. They just say they kill it. You're saying that they're violating our health rights right now. Every vote in the plebiscite is another soldier in this battle for reparations and self-determination. I think it's fair to say that our people are going to start depending on us for problems they face right now. And as we build this movement through the plebiscite and the vote, we have the capacity to hold persons that are violating us accountable right now, as well as in the long term. And so we want your pastor, I think you said, to support us. We want to rope him in. And we are connected to many other kinds of activist organizations and attorneys and others. If your pastor and your movement help us to prosecute this vote and pursue this vote, and you get hooked in with us, even if it's not through the ADN. If somebody is violating and abusing our people, you now, through helping us with the vote, you have access to Black Lawyers for Justice. You have access to other organizations. You have access to somebody that's gonna get on whoever's harming our people. Okay, so just come on into the process, and this is a fair exchange. Whoever helps us here, we will not leave them hanging if you are being violated by white supremacy out there.
Thank you, sir. I'm gonna pick one more question here from Sister Imam Hameen. The ballot needs a priority for vote that clearly delineates dual citizenship, United States and an African country of choice on the continent.
Okay, we respect what you're saying. We believe if you put that ballot up, go to question 4 with the 4 options.
Okay.
The question 4 gives you the option for dual citizenship. For example, if I check priority 1, remain a U.S. citizen, and number 2 is my second priority would be a return to Africa. Then we have repatriation personnel and persons in this movement. So if your priority is dual citizenship, and that's where you want to be in this movement, as we collect these votes, you will immediately gain access to the persons that are actually handling repatriation right now, as well as dual citizenship options. Okay, when you check priority 1 and 2, you're basically saying that I desire to remain a U.S. citizen and I want to establish also citizenship in Africa. Or if you check number 3, it's the third option in whatever order you choose to choose it, that would give you the option to remain a U.S. citizen, declare citizenship in, say, Jamaica, which is something that I plan to do in 2024. So, man, we do believe at this stage that the ballot, not only does the ballot accommodate dual citizenship, but our movement, as you register your ballot and become a part of this movement for the plebiscite, then if you want to, we give you access to the dual citizenship experts right away. You don't have to wait on that. If you want to pursue that policy, this is the place to be by linking in with this movement. Okay, let's do this. Let's try to move the ball here. What I want to do now is Miss Porter still on by audio? We might just have to let her do audio.
I don't see her.
She might have had to go to work. Okay, she'll come back, but she's strongly with us. Okay, so Brother Cam Howard, I mean, now this is Brother Cam Howard, the leader of Reparations United. This is one of our most experienced allies. This is one of our most knowledgeable allies. This is one of our most committed persons. We're honored that he would endorse the plebiscite process because this is something that we're sharing in. And so let's hear from him, as he knows we have our mutual commitments to each other. Brother, we honor you. Thank you for taking the time, but we know you getting ready to drop it. So come on, Brother Cam Howard.
Well, thank you, Brother Conductor, and thank everyone here on the call, all the panelists, everyone who's tuning in. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to share what we're doing at Reparations United, and in particularly Earn the Black Vote campaign that we're pushing. But as was stated here, the goal of the plebiscite is to determine the aspirations of Afro-descendants in this country around the issues of sovereignty, self-determination, or even assimilation, if that's their choice. But it is to determine the aspirations of the people in this country who were affected by the transatlantic slave trade and colonialism, neo-colonialism that we're facing today, and determine, what our aspirations in relationship to this country is. And it's extremely important that we know exactly what those aspirations are, because in obtaining that information, we then can begin a process on obtaining true power in this country. And so that's really the importance of the plebiscite. For many years, many of you know I was a leader in COBRA, the National Coalition of Blacks for Reparations in America, and many of their leaders were mentioned here today: Baba Mario Badeli, Chokwe Lumumba, Mama Fia Namaganza, who spoke earlier, and many others. And in COBRA listed their Legal Strategies Commission, even prior to me joining, had came out with what they say were the 5 minimum areas of repair, or what they call the 5 injury areas that this government must address in any type of reparations to us as a people. And those 5 minimum injury areas that continue to impact us are education, economics, health, criminal justice system, and peoplehood. And it's the issue of peoplehood that the whole idea of the plebiscite is to address. Peoplehood consists of our collective identity. As you know, as an Afro-descendant, that was lost. Our collective aspirations around self-determination. Again, the plebiscite is designed to address that. Our collective culture that was damaged, that was destroyed during the transatlantic slave trade, during the enslavement of our people in this country. And also our collective consciousness on how do we see ourselves as one people, or if we see ourselves as one people. And again, these are the things that the plebiscite is to get us to begin to understand and answer some of those questions. So the whole idea of peoplehood is something that will begin to be redressed, as in COBRA calls it, in a national plebiscite. So that's very important. Now, and COBRA also pushed the Reparations Commission, HR 40, in its beginning in 1989. In fact, in their mission, it was agreed by these revolutionary thinkers that we will push the passage of HR 40 because we use the means that are available to us to engage in revolutionary action. And so in order to get a federal bill passed in this country, or in order to get federal reparations in this country, not even a bill, but in order to get federal reparations in this country, there's a few means that are available to us. One is through the Supreme Court, the three branches of the government. Now, in 2005, as Deidre here was part of that lawsuit, it was denied, it was appealed later, and in the federal appellate court, and denied again, citing our inability to establish standing and some other things. So it hasn't went to the Supreme Court, and if it was to go to the Supreme Court at this time, it will certainly lose with the configuration of the court at this time. Then there's the legislative process during the House through Congress, and we know that at this time we cannot get a bill passed through Congress. Even if we had the bill passed in the House, we had 217 votes, confirmed yes votes in the last Congress. We only needed one vote for it to be brought to the floor. They didn't bring it to the floor for that vote. But even if it passed the House, it wasn't going to pass the Senate. In the Senate, you need a 60-vote supermajority to block a filibuster. And the Senate, Republicans have used a filibuster in almost every major civil rights, quote unquote, civil rights case, civil rights legislation that's been brought before it. So it would never pass out of the Senate. And so the third and final way to, not the final, but the third way to get reparations in this country federally is through the executive branch. And it is this where we are building the campaign around. The Black people in this country has created unintentionally a significant amount of power within the Democratic Party where they're totally dependent on our vote. Every day you hear about they're so worried about the Black vote. They're throwing hundreds of millions of dollars to get the Black vote to come out. And we have a research by a firm that says 2.9 million Black Democratic voters are not feeling Joe Biden. And, you know, we're building a campaign around how to utilize our power to get that executive branch, to get Joe Biden to establish the commission through executive order. But there's a final way, another way in which we get federal redress, and that's by nations negotiating with nations or being recognized in this country as a national minority as opposed to a subgroup minority. And again, that's what the plebiscite, that process would begin. Once we determine that we want to be recognized as national minorities, that we want to assert that we have the right to create a government, then we can go to the process of doing that. But that's a process, and it's a multi-stage process, something that we definitely need to begin that process. And I think from all the leaders here today that's something that we agree that we're going to do. However, right now before us is a critical point in the history of Black America and Black voting in this country. And we cannot allow this particular moment to pass us by without attempting to exercise this power that we have. And as I stated, we are 20% of the Democratic Party's base, or I didn't state that, but I'm talking about the power that we have within the Democratic, this unintended power. We are 20% of the Democratic Party's base. All other people of color combined is only 19%. So we are more than all other people of color combined in the Democratic Party base, which makes them totally dependent upon us. They cannot win without our vote. There's so mainstream publications, pundits, think tanks, all are saying the same thing. The Black vote is critical for a Democratic Party win. And we're building this campaign, Earn the Black Vote, around three foundational truths. That first truth, as I just explained, is that the Democratic Party is totally dependent on the Black vote. You can't deny that. They can't deny it. We have to see it, and then we have to move upon that. The second foundational truth is that at this particular time, right now, today, we need, Black people in this country need a commitment by the Democratic Party toward reparatory justice and ending structural racism in this country, the revolutionary changes that this country needs to take. We need a commitment. And the third foundational truth is that commitment can only be demonstrated if this president established a reparations commission by executive order now before the election. Those are the three truths. We have to deliver those truths to the president. We're doing that. We have a high-powered marketing firm that's going to send messages directly to the president, and over 2,300 people who influence him on a daily basis. We have a 30-day campaign directed directly to the president. We have research to determine whether or not those 2.9 million Black voters who say they're not feeling Joe Biden, we have a research question that's been inputted in one of their surveys to determine whether or not they will come back to the Democratic Party and vote Democratic in November if he was to establish that Reparations Commission before the election. That's tremendous knowledge and information that we can then leverage again to make sure that this president acts in the way that we want him to act. Now, why is that important to the plebiscite? If a reparations commission was established, and as I stated, the revolutionary leaders of NCOBRA has always saw the commission process as a means to engage in revolutionary action around the issue of plebiscite, around the issue of sovereignty and self-determination. Land was always a component of the Republic of New Africa. Land was always a component of reparations in the context of our peoplehood. And so in establishing the commission, one of the commission's goals is to go around the country and have sessions with Black people around the country. This particular group can inform the commission on our goals of plebiscite and make that part of their mandate, because it's the people who push the mandate of the commission. And so we can make that part of their mandate as they're going around the country. They have to deal with this issue of land, of sovereignty, of recognizing our national minority status, teaching our people about this. We get an opportunity to put this, what Professor Averone called a sovereign psyche. Our people do not have a sovereign psyche. Where you have sovereign national people who recognize themselves as a nation, they have a sovereign psyche. And part of our goal, as we teach about the plebiscite, is to produce that sovereign psyche. And he has 2 books around sovereign psyche that we need to bring that brother into this conversation, help us strategize around an educational campaign that goes hand in hand with the education around the plebiscite, but also around developing the sovereign psyche, or collective consciousness, as Dr. Chikane Diop would say, a collective consciousness which is necessary for a people to be one people. And so, I just want to add that the process of getting to the plebiscite can take many directions. And one of those directions, again, is to force this government to engage in to create the Reparations Commission by executive order now before the election. So then in the next 6 months after it's established, the commission will be established. And then in the next administration, we can get the commission's work done. And if we state that part of that work is to assist us in determining, or not assist us, but in directing redress mechanism or proposals around our peoplehood, then the plebiscite and understanding our aspirations around national identity, around self-determination, is part of that repair to our peoplehood, and it goes hand in hand with that. And so we have teach-ins every 2 weeks. Our next teach-in is on this campaign, Earn the Black Vote, again, to establish a reparations commission by executive order before the election, utilizing the unintended power that Black people have built by voting for 70 years just democratic in this country, and forcing this president to create that commission. Every 2 weeks, we have a teach-in. The next one is January 17th. Part of our campaign, again, is targeting the president, but also we have to target Black voters and let them know what the stakes are. And if this guy hasn't moved, then everybody has the right to do what they want to do, either not vote Republican, vote Democratic, whatever they choose to do. But between that time, we have the ability to exercise and operationalize and weaponize the power that we developed unintentionally over the last 70 years by voting Democratic. I'm going to stop there. Final thing is our postcard campaign. We have a postcard campaign that we're sending postcards to the White House. We had 5,000 in Atlanta at the Afro-Descendant Convention. We had another 2,500 dispersed in Evanston last month. We have a goal of 60,000 postcards. We've already sent about 9,600 already have been distributed and sent to the White House. And we have a goal of 60,000 over the next 5 months. This is about 2,500 a week. If you have an organization, go to earntheblackvote.net There's a page where it says postcards. You can order postcards from us. We'll send them to you free. All you have to do is make sure they're delivered or distributed and mailed in within a 1 week to 2 week period. So thank you for this opportunity to share how this current political climate we're in is opportune for us to take advantage of what we're trying to do as far as a national plebiscite. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brother Cam Howard. Thank you so much for your submission. Joe Biden is on shaky ground right now. He is actually being defeated in national election polls by Donald Trump, who has been indicted in any number of states on any number of charges. And with all of the dirt that they throw on Donald Trump every day, Joe Biden still is underpolling in the election against Joe Biden. And so he would need to get to agreeing to whatever our demands are fast. So I want to thank you for supporting the plebiscite, and may I commit to you that on behalf of ADN and Black Lawyers for Justice, that I want to speak with you within the next few days about solidifying and taking action on the things that we have promised to help you with, that you're helping us, and we want to help you, and we want to get concrete with it so that we can get into whatever we have to do and whoever we have to jam for the purpose of this mission. Okay. Thank you so much, bro. Our commitments are real here. Okay.
Thank you, Brother Conductor.
All right. Thank you. We're going to keep moving. I know we're coming back to some questions, and we got some other presentations. And so from the Caribbean and from Guyana and from the Guyana Reparations Commission and from CARICOM, in the spirit of solidarity, which is, I think, is number on the ballot. That's ballot question number 7. That gives us the choice, and we've made our choice in the Afro-descendant nation. And we're honored to receive you, and thank you, Brother Eric Phillips. Ballot question 7, that we're in solidarity with other Blacks or Afro-descendants who will ask you, do you consent to support them and to receive support from other organizations in this hemisphere? And to get more information on that, if you choose to support, we know at ADN, we support Brother Eric Phillips. Come on, we want to hear from you. We thank you for taking your time.
Thank you, my great brother. I had some dental surgery, so the mask. But it's an honor to be here again, speaking with the Afro-descendant nation. Congrats on having this event. I fully support the plebiscite as a process and mechanism for creating momentum in the United States and globally. It is a necessary prerequisite for us to build solidarity not only in the States, but among our nations. I also want to salute Brother Cam Howard for his strategic intent in making Biden and the Democratic Party to leverage them so that they do pass HR 40 or SR 40, because the time is now. And we have to have the same leverage that the Americans have in the United Nations. And this is our leverage. 20% of the voting population supports the Democratic Party. And that must absolutely be leveraged now. If not, we will lose the opportunity. Over the holidays, I've had a lot of thought about where the global reparations movement is and heading. And one of the things I've come to recognize is that we as an African people do not recognize that this is about the battle of civilization. We seem to be the only group that don't understand where the world is heading. You look at Gaza, you look at Israel, you look at what's going on in Myanmar, you look at what's going on in Russia and the Ukraine. It is about nationhood. It is about a clash of civilizations. And as we look at reparations in the United States or globally, we need to recognize it. What I'm finding is that we're not on the same page. We have different views. In the United States, we're talking about lineage-based reparations, which is a contradiction in terms of us being Afro-descendants. In the UK, I just read an article written in the Al Jazeera News, where we have different views of reparations being prostrated in the media, in the white media, as another mechanism for disunity. I support your movement. It has a long history. This is about justice. We know that none of the enslaved nations, including and especially the United States, that have benefited from both chattel slavery and colonization, that they're strategically and systematically employing a portfolio of policies and strategies, legal and otherwise, to ensure that they do not pay financial reparations to Africans, to Afro-descendants, to the Caribbean, Latin America, and to the diaspora. Simply put, they do not see it in their national interest to pay it. We are an exploited people. Capitalism is based on exploitation. And as Africa still has more than 40% of the global resources needed for development, they need to keep us the way we are. So to give us reparations, to give us freedom, to give us self-determination is going to be a struggle. So what I'm essentially saying is I support the plebiscite, but we as people of African descent, we as Afro-descendants, need to understand the geopolitical environment, the geocultural environment, and the geoeconomic environment. If you look at African countries, we are heavily indebted. Ghana last year paid 42% of its income just on interest payments. If you look at climate change, which is damaging Africa, there's supposed to be a fund of $100 billion a year. COP28 resulted in a fund of 400 million, of which the US paid 17.5 million. So the US need us to be under their feet. They need to have their knees on our neck. And until we have this plebiscite, and until we start to re-educate our people, and until we start to come together as an Afro-descendant nation, we will deploy strategies that are destructive and counter-strategic to our goals of being truly free. If you look at tax avoidance in Africa, American companies and others are stealing about $60 billion a year. Most African countries, or several African countries, are spending more in interest for debt than for education. So my brothers and sisters, I salute CAM, I salute you, I salute the Black Lives Movement, because that was the movement that forced the Dutch government to apologize. And in apologizing, they're still playing games. They've apologized, but they don't want to pay reparations. And I fully believe that the Dutch government would not have apologized unless they had consultations with the Americans, with the British, with the French, with the Dutch. As you can see from the United Nations Security Council, these nations work together. They do not want Black Americans or Afro-descendants to be free. They don't want Caribbean nations to be self-independent and economically and politically. They don't want African countries to be free. And so all of these strategies will be used. And we, as an Afro-descendant nation, have to find ways of coming together, of thinking strategically, so that we have a common vision of what this environment is. Because we are going to be to self-defeat ourselves if in the United States, we're pursuing strategies that are counter-strategic to what's going on in Europe, and what's going on in CARICOM, and what's going on in Africa. So my dear brothers, this is an important plebiscite. It's critical that we pursue it with the strategic intent that has been discussed. We have all the brains on this panel, on this platform. We have a lot of brains all over the diaspora in the US. We need to come together strategically. We need to pursue our leverage, whether it's economically, whether it's politically in the next election, so that we can succeed. So I honor this platform and I continue to support it. We in CARICOM are doing our own, but unless America is sorted out, so to speak. Unless America leads, unless the American reparations community comes together and leads, we will not have the same leverage as Black Lives Matter had globally. America is the key. What we're doing in the States is key. I lived the Middle Passage. I was born in Guyana. I spent 30 years in the US. I lived in Africa for 7 years, and I spent 4 years living in Europe. We need to look at this collectively. We need to understand what Gaza means to the reparations movement in the United States. We need to mean what Gaza means to us as we take reparations to the International Court of Justice. But before we do any of that, we need to unify ourselves. We need to have a plebiscite. We need to have a mandate so that we can move forward. I thank you, brothers and sisters.
Well received. Well received. I mean, can you understand the profound nature of what Mr. Eric Phillips has just said? I mean, there's so much in what he has said. We thank you, brother, for taking the time. Our commitment is here. We accept our duty in the West to take a vanguard position to help you in what you're doing. We accept the challenge, and we appreciate you endorsing the plebiscite. Sisters and brothers, we're going to move quickly right now. We're well on our way to having 200 organizations formally support the plebiscite. We're getting ready to show you the technology that we're going to use next. In the meanwhile, share the link that you're going to get today that shows you the vote, and the link that some of you have been getting by text. Just simply use it all the time. I mean, I'm using it all the time. When I'm doing my police brutality work, my legal work, I'm hitting you with that link. I want you to vote. I talk to my mom and my family. I say, Mom, I'll call you back, but I need you to vote right now. I made my brother, I know you're trying to reach me, but I need you to vote. When you vote, call me back. I mean, we're going to embrace our plebiscite like a lifestyle. We're going to like a lifestyle, and it will work. If we can post Cat Williams all day, we can get down and vote for our liberation and get this army in place. So let me do this. We're going to go over the technology, then we're going to read the vote again. But let's go to the technology right now. So because we're committed as we seek here to help the Afro-descendant nation, and we believe that it's a first-class operation. It is. We don't come with janky technology or second-rate methods. We refuse to. I have to argue with my staff. They want to use other methods that are this or that. I argue with them all day. I say, I can't use a text app. I can't. So now, Sister Khalida, one of our greatest helpers, let me turn it over to her and see what she's going to show us. But I'm committed to us having first-class technology and making that investment. Go ahead, ma'am. We got to hear you.
I said Ashe, and thank you, brother. I just want to say, first of all, as I even sit here and listen to the new panelists that come on, there's so much more to learn. And I get more encouraged each time. So I know we're on the right path. We're not on track. We're on the right path. With that being said, Sister Tahita, if you can bring up, please, what our latest plebiscite responses are or have been. Wait, I need to close this out because I'm blocking something I can't see. Okay, so the date parameter for these results are from October 7th, 2023 to January 14th, 2024. We have garnered 35 states consistently, and to date we have 577 responses from the texting system, which says to me, and hopefully you can see what the numbers are here state by state. And it says to me that people are engaging. Just real quickly, we had high peaks where numbers were coming in back to back to back. We have toward the end of the year maybe slowed down a little, but that's not alarming for us. I feel a lot comfortable with the new platform that Brother Malik and I and the other brother from the National Database Committee reviewed for 2 hours yesterday and came to a determination. So just very quickly, again, I just wanted to show this because where we are now is We have 577 actual responses in our database from the response team. I mean, from the responses from the plebiscite. Plebiscite contest, we're up to 478 new people entered into the system. And they will remain there. They will be integrated from this system of the slick text messaging system into our new official voting application. We can go to the capabilities, if you can, sister, of the application. Yeah, we don't need to do the other one because I want to save time. So the Brother Malik and I, Brother Yasuk Shakur, who also works with us on our national database from a technical and just administrative standpoint, we reviewed 2 to 3 different applications, and Brother Malik had 10 specific requirements, and this is the one that we feel and he feels would best service what we need, because the most important thing is that these votes are valid and authenticated and kept safe. And that is going to come from eballot.com. If you can scroll up, sister, this is just a screenshot. I'm not going to take a lot of time with the brothers so others can go on, but this is the website that they have. They have their vote integrity. We can trust their results, the administrative experience that they offer on these platforms, vote platform, modern user interface. I mean, it's a lot of interactions that we are going to be able to use moving forward, not alone just for the plebiscite, but any other quote unquote voting, that may come along in the future to take place. If you go to the other slide, sister, it's going to show what the actual package. This is the package that Brother Malik has confirmedly agreed on. If you scroll down to where the blue check marks are very quickly, please, Queen. So the business plan, which is they can manage, they being eBallot can manage it, or we have an option to manage self-service ourselves, meaning we can input our plebiscite, we can maintain, we can control it. And we being specific administrators will only have access to this. And let me back up and say, Brother Malik did put the consultation request in under the Afro-Descendant Nation's name. So this is not Brother Malik's, app. This will be for Afro-Descendant Nation. Sister Tahita, myself,
and
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Afro-Descendant Nation on behalf of all of the other organizations that are with us, meaning that I don't have exclusive control of it. It belongs to the nation, and what we're doing for the Afro-Descendant Nation, we're doing it as a joint venture with all other organizations, which is facilitating. Okay.
Yes.
Be clear. Yes. This is something that we're providing. It's not for us specifically.
Right. But the keynote to that is there will be specific administrators, because we do have to, on our side of this, maintain the database as we get the information. And that's just more administrative, going down the line. But again, this particular business plan, $2,500 a year, it's an annual license. These on the right column here, if you just point that system, just start scrolling down slowly, they can see we have the vote integrity and security, the voter authentication, secure one-click links, vote administration, which includes candidate profiles, email and scheduling, weighted voting, questioning, filtering, advanced voter list management. As you can see, it goes on. It has a client support feature, knowledge-based access to customer support for us if we run into any problems, personalized trainings.
Slow down, folks. We're not rushing you. Slow down, son.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Some of your words we can't hear.
I'm sorry. The client support covers the knowledge base, access to customer support team, priority voter and admin support, dedicated project management, and personalized training, which will be helpful for us because this is a new app for us. Most importantly is the customization.
Let me ask you one question. Now, this is unlimited.
I'm sorry?
This is unlimited voting, right?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes. You mean in terms of the number of votes that we can receive?
Yes.
Yes, sir. It's unlimited.
Okay.
Yes. The other feature is customizations and integrations. SSO, the single sign-on, custom layout options, meaning we can lay out the plebiscite the way that we choose to lay it out, custom voting method calculations. And if you go up a little further, sister, on the auditing, it offers auditing the results export, meaning we will get all our results exported through a PDF. We will get a results export of raw data, administrative fingerprint report. Not quite sure what that all means yet. Certified results report, that is key. What this app, eBallot, is saying, we will certify all plebiscite responses and answers and the data that they collect. They are certifying it to be an actual individual vote, and then a custom reporting. So those were the features that, again, after reviewing 2 or 3 other intensively other apps, we felt that this is the one. eBallot will be more than sufficient to get, the results that we want to have with the plebiscite. This app can work through integration with the current system that we have, meaning the contacts that are already into the SlickTech database can be integrated and brought over into this system as well. So we're not losing any contacts. We're not, going out soliciting more phone numbers or emails. We will be able to use actually the 1,400 contacts that we do have already in our national database. So with that, I submit I will follow my next directive from Brother Malik, and we do have a consultation we're waiting from them scheduled on Monday. And then once we do that, I personally want to have a conversation with them to make sure that this app meets every requirement and then some before the brother makes the purchase. I submit.
Okay, let's come back to that app. Let's come back to that app and go to the top of the page. I ask a couple questions and we can move on.
Okay.
Come back to it, Sister Tahita. Let's come back to eBallot and go to the top again. Okay. Okay. Right. Just stop right there. Stop right there. Okay. Can you certify here that okay, people will be able to vote by text, right? Like the way they are now, if they get the text that Sister Tahita.
Right. If I may read that, please.
People can vote by text the way they are right now.
It's an annual or flexible license. I didn't hear you.
Okay, can they vote by text the way we're doing now with the link that Sister Tahita has sent out and the one that's going out today, where you simply hit that link, it comes up, you vote, and then you put your email in and you're out. That works in this system, correct?
Correct.
Okay, because it is as simple as what Sister Tahita sent out is as simple as that vote is now coming back. I mean, those emails are literally coming back right now because that vote took 2 minutes to take. Okay. And that's what I like about the vote. Okay. Okay. And obviously by email you can vote. And obviously we can vote by giving out a phone number. So if the person puts in our existing number reparations in the phone number, the link will come up, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so what we're saying to you, sisters and brothers, is that we have researched many professional voting sites, and that we have arrived that this is the best for our needs. And we're going to be in training for another week on how to utilize it. And that the organizations here that are helping us, that they will be a part of the sharing of the administration of it. Like Brother Ramzu said, he had 10,000 contacts that he wanted to vote. He's been kind enough to say he's going to input his 10,000 contacts in the system. Well, see, that's getting us down the road to the million. And these are the kind of deals that we hope to cut with churches and other organizations and groups. Allow your members and your database to come into our voter base and let them vote, okay? And whatever kind of exchange we need with these other organizations or leaders to allow them to give us and input their contacts, certainly we're gonna give them something stronger back, okay? But scroll down a little bit. What we're showing you here and what you're gonna be seeing in the very near future is that the Afro-descendant nation is serious about this voting process, and we're not playing with it. And when we want our reparations movement to be represented in the best light, and all means to get the vote and to certify this vote and to authenticate it are being taken place so that it's a credible vote and that people believe in it as much as they believe in voting in this white American system. Okay.
Right.
And that's just the basic point that we want to show you. If there's any questions here, we can take questions, but that's my basic intention to let you know is that we want our Black nation as a whole to have the best. And the ADN believes in making our and having our movement ride first class. Are there any questions on the voting and the technology or things that we need to look for as we get ready to put this vote before the nation?
Yes, sir. There are some questions regarding the technology. Brother Shaheed, would you go forth with those few questions and then we'll turn it back
Take
over
me
to
off
you.
the screen. Let's go back to the
Okay, sure. Let me just get a chance to unspotlight you.
Thank you.
Okay, 1 second, Sister Color.
Okay.
All right, so we should be on the screen now in gallery view. All right. Go ahead, Brother Shaheed. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. We do have a question from Maya Hadi. Can this voting system also be used within the ADN for voting in its voting in its government officials?
I'll speak for Sister Collida. Yes. Once we have this annual system, it is being used primarily for the plebiscite for reparations and our vote. However, it can be used for other organizational votes. Am I correct, Collida?
You are correct. And Brother Yasuk is actually watching. He said, yes, it can.
Okay, so if ADN wants to have its internal elections or its national vote, they'd be able to use this system. And I'm going to venture to say, yes, you can. You can use this system. And I'm going to venture to say that if Cam Howard or Brother Ramzu or in Cobra or the brothers and sisters or the groups that are partnering with us want to use this voting system to conduct their own organizational votes, we'll be more than happy to set you up on the system to use it, because we appreciate what you all are helping us with. Yes. And it's a lot of features. We're just learning it right now, but it's for us as a movement, not just ADN as a project. Other questions?
Yes, we do have a question from Shirley Baker.
Put it back up.
What are
put the e-ballot back up. Now, one day, it's not 2 days. One day we're gonna have all of these apps and stuff owned by Black folks. You know, right now we subject to white folks and subject to the English language and all of this, but we just give, I wish I could do better, but I have to fly the white man's airplane and all kind of stuff so I can get all the way Black. But yes, go ahead, question.
Yes, sir. The question from Shirley Baker is just regarding the plebiscite overall. What are the next steps after the people's will has affirmed through the successful vote?
Okay, that's a good question. My dear brother, if let's just say over the course of the next 12 months that we go all out campaigning, and when we say campaigning, we campaign like we running for office. That means when Malik Zulu is out speaking, and whatever I'm invited to speak on, I'm pushing also the plebiscite and the number, and I'm getting votes. Like whenever I'm talking, whenever I'm posting, whenever I'm lawyering, whatever I'm doing, you can't even affiliate with me unless you vote. That's how much I'm fanatic I'm about to be. I will not affiliate with you if you do not cast that vote. We want the same spirit amongst everybody. We're gonna buy some ads online. I'm just talking about how we get there and show you what happened when we get there. We're getting ready to buy some ads that make sense. We may buy billboards. We may do anything by any reasonable means necessary to get our vote. Whoever asked that question, imagine if 1 million, we could get more. Brother Safiwe, who's coming on soon, says that we had to get 35 million in order to qualify. We've had some debates on that, but let's just say we had 5 million. I mean, with 5 million contacts who are conscious, Brother Cam Howard talked about sovereignty. I think it was mentality. He had a certain term. If you can campaign, if we campaign together, and got the 5 million votes together, you can best believe we'll be halfway on the way to achieving these goals. If we get 5 million registrants and 5 million votes, with Sister Queen Deidre Farmer-Pellman talk about corporate accountability, it will be a reality. When 5 million people say you will no longer, that are with us and have voted, and say you will no longer take Black people's money or any money, you won't even open up your doors unless you consent to now give us reparations or consent to the reparations process. I mean, you're talking about power. You're talking about having our movement with 1 million, 5 million persons who ideally would do what? They may donate to this movement. They may donate monthly, or they may annually. They may give us a budget. They may engage in strikes, boycotts, letters, whatever kind of campaign we desire. You're talking about power, a powerful movement that will do what Brother Eric Phillips said, be a vanguard for all reparations movements. So, ma'am, the answer to the question is we will do what the collective will of our leadership dictates to at that time after going through this process. We're going to become closer in this process. We're going to struggle together, fight together, learn to overcome obstacles together. As we do that, we're going to enforce our will on our opponents together. Brother Ramzu and his visions of taking over Detroit, he won't be limited in his actions. Soon, all of Detroit will be behind these efforts. So we do what we will, man. That's my answer. In the spirit of Marcus Garvey, this nation can achieve what its will once we are better organized. And I think that this mass vote in our efforts is the way to victory. We will be able to enforce our will, not only on our enemies, but on ourselves. We get 1 million contacts where we say we're going to purchase. Just say just say we negotiating the reparations question, but just say with 1 million contacts, we want to purchase land. We want to purchase factories. We want to establish trade. All of this is general self-determination. But if you got 1 million people with us, 2 million people that are with us and they're indoctrinated, we can start exercising any forms of self-determination any way we desire, because we have a national movement. And that's what the plebiscite gives us. There may be nobody at the end of the rainbow when you have 1 million votes. That's just the international court to say, okay, well, we validate your plebiscite. Well, we don't know whether the ICJ or the United Nations can force Uncle Sam to do anything. I know that 1 million Black people organized inside of America that are connected to this movement and connected to leadership. Oh, we can do anything we talk about. All the stuff we talk about, we're going to start doing it, enforcing it, purchasing it, stopping it. Let your mind expand. It can happen. I do want to say this as we go forward. I want to honor the Honorable Sekou Odinga, Black Panther, who has passed, Black Panther, Black Liberation Army veteran who has passed. And we'll take a moment to honor all of the Black Liberation Army and all of those veterans that have given their lives for independence and freedom and given their lives for this doctrine. We honor them on this day. I submit.
That's it. Brother, let me just add one thing real quick before we go up this topic. Sister Tahita, just bring my graph back up with the states, because this is just something I want to just, as we move forward, and it may be an outside separate conversation, but it's always been at the top of my head. Now that we have captured the results in 53, in the states that we have, the 35 states, we have to decide on how we can best utilize these persons in all these states that, you know, jumped on board from October 7th until today. My point is, if we have 81 persons in Georgia alone, and we know that Georgia has its own reparations task force and all that. My point in this is just saying, just for food for thought, and we can come back to it. We have to find a system, a way, or whatever to reach back out to these persons. California has 46 people. Maryland has 35. Somewhere in these groups of numbers, there are persons or groups or organizations that may want to become the next step involved. And I'm saying that to say, if we can capsize on that, give it some food for thought. Once the plebiscite is extremely full functional on the new app, someone has to garner and maintain those people. It's just my next step of thought in terms of data and what we have and how we can best utilize these 577 contacts that we have already. I submit.
Okay, well, let me drop something real quick then. If it's not inappropriate, what I want to say is that, ma'am, thousands of contacts are about to start coming in.
This is true.
And we're blessed with the contacts. And this is a leadership decision where our leaders will say, well, now we have these dedicated voters that have voted in the system, and what do we want to do with them? That's a leadership decision, brother Ramzu, brother Cam Howard, sister Deidre Farmer-Pellman. There are many things that we can do with them. There are many things.
Just don't want to lose the numbers, that's all.
And we won't. We will not be collecting votes, emails, and numbers to let them sit for a year or so. I mean, and I don't want to get ahead of myself and saying what should be done. But again, we're going to be blessed. We're going to be blessed with massive contacts. We're going to be blessed through voters. And then we as leadership got to exercise how we can do it. Let's go to Brother Ramzu. Brother Ramzu, we get all of these voters and contacts coming. I want to ask Miss Abu Bakr also. And then we move on to others. Ishmael Abdul Salam is critical. But just say, Brother Ramzu, we got 100.
Well,
we got 100. We got 100,000 voters or contacts from around the country that have come in. They say, I'm for reparations and I'm ready to fight. What say Brother Ramzu?
If it's in a territory, say for instance, Jackson, Mississippi, and there are the majority of people that said, yes, we vote to assert our right of self-determination, declare independence, then as an organization or whoever's ready, especially our militant organizations, we go there and not shoot up the place, but stand there. As the Montevideo Convention says in international law, if you got a population that's willing, you got a territory, you got a government in place, then boom, now you can take over that. Whether there's opposition or not, the opposition from the government will be illegal at that point. So it's up to us. Are we willing to face the resistance from the government, or are we willing to back up and back up our people's will, or will we conform to them and say, well, they say you can't do it, so we won't do it? I say we go ahead and enforce it and stand up like men and say, just like the white folks did, give me liberty or give me death, either or we just continue to be slaves and conforming to this system, either. That's it.
Okay, let me jump in. Let me jump in. I say, I haven't said it yet. I believe that the Afro-descendant nation needs that our nation as a whole, and specifically the Afro-descendant nation, that we need a national security and defense force. We need. I don't want to be too aggressive. I mean, but we need an army, man. We need.
You're not.
If we say we're gonna build a nation of our own, brother, we need a standing army of trained.
But what the messenger said.
Every man that votes is a possible soldier in the army.
Yes, sir.
That's just me talking. But let me go to my honorable Harriet Abu Bakr. All of these votes start coming in. People that have come in and registered and vote and say that they with us as we're gaining more votes. Well, Mr. Abu Bakr, what do we do with all of these people that have expressed their confidence in us?
Well, I would say that while you brothers are working on self-defense, we want to encourage brothers and sisters to work on survival. And we are currently doing just that. and we want to share that information with you. When I say survival, I'm dealing with the simple things that we have a tendency to overlook, and that's like, how do you survive if your food is cut off? What do you do for water supply? What should you keep in the trunks of your car in case you have to get out real fast? Things like that. We're working on that. What do you do if you have no contact through your phones? Do you have cell systems set up so that you can go to each other in specific cities and spread the word by mouth? These are the kind of things the ADN is working on currently. So we'll continue working on that. And then when we get it finished up, we're going to share that information with everybody that is part of the plebiscite.
Awesome. Our president, then I'm going to turn it over to Ishmael Abdul Salam and the very patient Sifwe Baleka. Our president, ma'am, votes are coming in. People are coming in registering saying, yeah, I'm not only consented, but I'm ready to commit my time and my resources here. Let's just say we have 150,000 contacts that have come in and say that they're with us. Well, what comes to your mind, Madam President?
Thank you, Conductor Attorney Malik. What comes to my mind is, first, as I stated at the beginning, we need to establish Afro-descendant as a household name. So whatever skills, whatever avenues people have, word of mouth, getting that out, setting up community events, having people come in that can really talk to it, just share it and make sure that people understand what it is and what we're trying to do. I think that's first and foremost. We also need voices of our people in our Afro-descendant nation Congress. So those that are interested in becoming congressmen and congresswomen, please reach out to us and share your credentials, share your resume. We have a committee in place right now, just temporarily, where we will interview you, and you'll get a chance to let us know what you would like to do for our nation and our government. We are a viable government here in America, the Afro-descendant nation. So we have declared it. So make sure that you just reach out to us. Dr. Tahita, we just had someone come into the Senate, what was it, last month? And so just share that information and we'll get right back with you. Thank you so much.
Okay, so you think about that. Now think about this. Excellent. Just think about this. Sister Carla, all of these contacts come in, and we get to we can send message out from all of our partners. Join the Afro-descendant nation. Here's the information. Join the Human Rights Policy Officers. Here's your information. Join Reparations United. Here's your information. Join in Cobra. Here's your information. We're talking about if they help us build this plebiscite, which they are, we're talking about increasing the strength and power of their organizations. And that is a cycle that's going back and forth. We're talking about building a nation within a nation on our way to obtaining reparations. So getting all these people, and imagine we start now getting the Black engineers again, the Black contractors, the Black teachers, the Black farmers. Black people start believing in us. The possibilities are mind-blowing when you have the kind of movement and the technology that we're having to build it. It is mind-blowing. With that, you have seen me enough. Take me off the screen, please. I don't want to see myself anymore. I want to turn it over and the whole process over to my partner and my brother, who I've known for some time, Brother Ishmael Abdul Salam, who is the CEO of All for Reparations and Emancipation, and he is a foundation of the Afro-Descendant Nation. What he's doing, and what many of you have signed already, and thank you, is the memorandums of understanding. If you have received a memorandum of understanding from the Afro-Descendant Nation through Brother Ishmael or Madam President, we want you to sign it. We're not trying to track or trap you into anything. What we're doing is letting you know that we are trustworthy people and our word is bond. So he's going to explain that. Right now, we have official relationships that we're getting on paper and signed with all our partners, and to build what we're trying to build. So to carry on the rest of this, I want to bring you Ishmael Abdul Salam, and then they will he will bring on, I guess, if him and Sister Tahiti will facilitate hearing from brothers Safiwe Baleka, and I'm going to listen, but I will not speak again because I've said enough. And it's been a long time getting to this process, and I thank for y'all for helping us get to this process. National plebiscite, national vote, it's in effect. God bless everybody.
Salam alaikum, everyone. Peace and blessings. Thank you, my brother conductor, for driving this train from the first part of this teaching. And I want to thank everyone that participated thus far, and for everyone that's still on to continue to ride, stay on this train till we conclude. We've got a few more people that we need to hear from, and then we're going to end with some Q&A at the end. But before I go into what I'm charged to do, which centers around the United Nations and the international work of achieving reparations, which I've been charged to do, I do want to talk about the MOU, which is the Memorandum of Understanding that we asked organizations, leaders to consider as a way to establish a formal unity. In the past, we've always said we need unity, we need unity, we need unity, and we often show unity by participating in each other's meetings. We're brotherly, we're sisterly, we're a family. But at this day and time, we need more formal unity, particularly where organizations work together. And if you've been around as Sister Afiwe and Queen Muhammad, you've seen how organizations support each other and they come and go. And what we want to do is establish something formal. When you see two nations sit together, two leaders sit together, they're just not sitting together for a photo opportunity. They sat together because they just had a meeting, establishing formal relationships of how they're going to support each other or how they're not going to support each other, or terms of how they're going to support each other. And what we want to do is advance the stance of how we stand together as a reparations movement to support each other by sharing resources, sharing technology, establishing finances that support each other's movements. So it's important for us, because we are all small, to establish formal relationships that give us greater strength. And what these formal relationships do, they are in line with our plebiscite, which talks about the formation of solidarity. It's in line with the international framework for reparations, which supports victims of human rights violations with slavery, which was declared as a crime against humanity. It supports us coming together, and the UN will and does support us coming together, taking a national and international vote to hear what the victims want. That's supported by the United Nations, and that's part of the international framework. Let me shift a little bit and just talk about in 2005, the General Assembly did adopt a resolution for a framework for UN policies on reparations. Of that framework, there are 5 principles. The first principle is restitution, the second, compensation, 3, rehabilitation, 4, satisfaction, and the 5th, guarantees for non-repetition. I just want to focus on the first principle, which is restitution, because what we've talked about when we talk about land and the foundation of a government is land, that centers around this idea of restitution. And in an international context, restitution should, whenever possible, restore the victim to the original situation before the gross violations of international human rights law or serious violations of humanitarian law that occurred. Restitution includes, as appropriate, restoration of liberty, employment of human rights, identity, family and citizenship, return to one's place of residence, restoration of employment, and return of property. So here's where I want to bring this out, because as I looked at, I did a survey this particular week, and the 3 major reparations commissions of California, Illinois, and New York, those are the 3 that are supported by state governments. The issue of restoration did not include land. And we must make sure those reparationists that are here in this teaching, that you, if you're a part of those commissions, that you do include in the public submissions the request for land under that principle of restitution. We must be restored equal to or greater than the situation that we were taken away from. And we were taken from our own countries, our own governments, our own people, and we need to be restored. According to the ICJ interpretation of the UN principle on reparations, where a state can return a victim to the status quo, the state has an obligation to ensure measures for its restoration. Restitution is considered the primary form of reparations. The ICJ acknowledges that in practice, restitution is the least frequent because it's mostly impossible to completely return a victim to a situation they were before the violation, especially because of the moral damage caused by the victims and their relatives. I just want to point this out and say, I appreciate what the UN did, because it lets me know that they heard the voice of the Honorable Salis Muhammad and Queen Mashaki's call. What their call was for the same call that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad had put forth when he said he wants our people in America whose parents and grandparents were descendants from slaves to be allowed to establish a separate state or territory of their own, either on this continent or elsewhere. We believe our former slave masters are obligated to provide such land, and that area must be fertile and minerally rich. We believe that our former slave masters are obligated to maintain and supply this land or separate territory for the next 20 to 25 years until we are able to produce and supply our own needs. Now, this was printed, or at least is posted on the back of every Muhammad Speaks and Final Call. It was printed in Message to the Black Man in 1965. And even before 1965, it was published and presented by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad as what the Muslims want. So I'm pointing this out because the history of the Nation of Islam is well documented as being a proponent for the establishment of a nation and the acquisition of land. Because in real estate and the area of land is where the most violations have occurred. And we see today that the lingering effects of plantation slavery, where land is involved, continues to be a violation for our people. We can go over the cases where the federal government has forced banks to identify that redlining was taking place in our community, in the mortgage banking community. And now it's done through what they're called is the loss of, development-induced displacement. And that's where now, even to this day, there are developments that are taking land away from Black people in South Carolina, owned by the Gully Geechee people, in Georgia and South Carolina. Also, over 100 towns and communities and neighborhoods have been taken from Black people under the guise of state governments and federal governments. Oscarville, Georgia, was a Black town in the 1920s, now known as Lake Lanier. The Army Corps of Engineers created a dam and flooded an entire town with the buildings still standing. Schools, churches, neighborhoods. 250 families were displaced up to the 1950s. Forsyth County still up until 1970 had sundown laws where if you were Black, you had to leave that particular town. York Hill, which is now Central Park, was a Black town. They created that reservoir of water in Central Park and moved the Blacks to Seneca Village. Seneca Village, the Blacks were moved out, and that became Central Park. There's several different cases around currently now where our people are being displaced and land is being taken away from our people. Our people can't even afford a mortgage nowadays. And the basis of wealth in exchange of generational wealth is through possession of land. Our next generation and our grandchildren possibly will be back in slavery because they will not be able to purchase land or houses at the going rate that we are going right now. So it's important, based upon this, the plebiscite, particularly around the question number two, loss of land, is a key component where it talks about wealth preservation and that loss of land and us having reparations. Let's see, what's that question? Is one of those questions. I wrote it down. It's around the loss of land. I don't see it, and maybe it's just moving too fast.
But I think you may be talking about question 4.
Question 4. Question 4.
Well, it's going to be a 5th option added.
Okay. I saw something on there where it talked about the loss of land, and that is here we go, number 3 under lawful identity, who currently as a people and continue to suffer as a result of the above crimes, human rights violations, and racial discrimination, economic exploitation, loss of land. And so I want to bring that out because this is a modern day continual effect of plantation slavery, where our people are being duped out of our generational wealth by losing our communities and losing our land. It's not just happening here in America, it's happening in the Caribbean, it's happening in Africa. Also, Mr. Muhammad pointed out in his 1503 procedure in 1903, he talked about the exploitation of land oversaw by the EPA, where many of our Black communities are being destroyed by toxic waste and poison in our communities. And even since 1993, we've seen the results of the continuation of that happening in our communities, i.e. Flint, Michigan, and the Delta around Mississippi. So I just want to say that the reason why we need to support this plebiscite, and as well why we need to continue to go to the United Nations, because there is an international framework. And I'll speak on one final thing about that. The Pew Research study, which was done in 2021, 77% of Black people support reparations. So we do already have a majority, but it does not go into the specific details that the plebiscite will answer for us. It also supports Brother Cam Howard as a negotiating factor or leveraging factor for our Black power. And I'm not just talking about the vote, I'm talking about economic power and vote. While it's important for others to see the necessity to support reparations. Last point, in fact, a survey that was done by the United Nations concerning NGOs showed that 40% of the NGOs responded to a survey came from Africa, and only 7% from the US and Latin America. I'm saying that to say, as now these forums of people of African descent are formed, they are heavily influenced by our brothers and sisters from the diaspora. No disrespect or discontent to the brothers and sisters in the diaspora. But what I'm saying is they have a government, they have a land, they've got a body. They are using that mechanism to advocate for their international and their political causes. And so meaning that we must continue to engage in the international arena. And we must also realize that some of these forums and their issues are going to be highly influenced by the African delegations. And many of their ideas are talking about what Africans are experiencing in America, what Africans are experiencing in Europe, what Africans are experiencing in China, because they are under that term considered people of African descent. We want the United Nations Forum to give us a special forum for particularly Afro-descendants, people who were engaged in, who spent 400 years in the slave trade, who lost our mother tongue, our language, who don't have any nation that's going to stand up for us, at least not right now. So it's important that you understand what's going on globally. As Mr. Phillips said, the geopolitical nature of what's going on, and understand that political solutions must be aligned to economic solutions. As the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, 85% of our program is economics. The other 15 may be spiritual and political, but we cannot deduce the importance of developing and maintaining our economic power, because that's what our brothers and sisters of Africa are doing. They are leveraging their power of the land, whether it's with the Chinese or the Europeans. They're leveraging their power of the oil that's under the ground, the mineral rights, to achieve their political will. We have to leverage our intellectual clout, our political abilities, and all of our resources to sustain what we want to get what we need. I just want to say that as I finish, thank you again to everyone. As we go forward to Geneva in April, we'll be advocating these particular causes, and we will not fall short on making sure that we demand from the UN that we have a forum that addresses those who have been a victim of the transatlantic slave trade, because we have different issues, and our issues cannot fall to the wayside to others who have more political power than us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Governor General. We have less than 30 minutes left. So in the interest of time, oh no, no worries. We were over time the whole time. So I will ask that Brother Safiwe go next, and then right after him, we'll hear from our sister who's been waiting patiently, just as Brother Safiwe, Sister Pamela Denise Long, who is the national coordinator of the Coalition of Concerned Freemen. She has a presentation as well. And Brother Safiwe, I know you have a presentation too. So why don't we go ahead and get to it? You go ahead and get started. Let me just spotlight you. And go ahead and introduce yourself.
Okay.
I didn't do you any justice.
Abene, Ensumna, Abene Binham Neo Wule. I just thanked you and greeted you and thanked the wise ancestors of the past in my Balanta ancestral language, where I am attending this Zoom from in my ancestral homeland of Guinea-Bissau. Yes, good brother, comrade Malik did not mention my accolades, and it would take too long for me to give my bona fides. So by way of introduction, I would just simply say that if Comrade Malik is the conductor, and if Brother Ramzu is the town crier and hype man, I have been recognized as the plebiscite engineer. And as such, the main organizations that we keep hearing mention of, ADN, Afro-Descendant Nation, the Republic of New Africa, and NCOBRA, all three organizations have invited me as a consultant to give substantial workshops on the plebiscite because of my involvement in history, in studying plebiscites and preparing an actual campaign. In the very beginning of this presentation, Dr. Akila Mukaram made a very good point about how, one, reparations as a result of a long history of work, primarily by the Republic of New Africa, the Afro-Descendant Nation, and particularly NCOBRA, and most recently under the leadership of Cam Howard, who is the past national co-chair, they made the word reparations a household word. I agree with the Afro-Descendant Nation that we need to make the term Afro-Descendant a household word with the understanding that it gives us legal personality in international society and international forums. By the same token, we have to make the word plebiscite a household word with the correct understanding of the definition and the concept. 2 weeks ago, I gave a 4-hour presentation to the Republic of New Africa. And next week, I will be giving another workshop to the leadership of NCOBRA at their national retreat on the mechanics of an actual real plebiscite. Just so we're clear, the definition of a plebiscite is a popular vote which includes the entire population. The vote cannot truly be called a plebiscite unless all eligible voters are able to participate. If we can move the next slide, please. I'm going to try to go through this very briefly. The New African and Afro-Descendant Plebiscite for Self-Determination is the title that I use to refer to the plebiscite. I use the terms New African and Afro-Descendant interchangeably. And if we go back to the moment in our history when our ancestors were released from chattel enslavement, the next procedural step at that moment was to have each person of voting age decide which one of the following 4 options they wanted. Either return to Africa under their birthright right to return, the creation of a new African nation on American soil, full and equal US citizenship, or 4, emigration to another country. A plebiscite for Black people or New African or Afro-Descendant self-determination means each eligible voter has the opportunity to choose among one of those four options. Next slide, please. Once we understand that internationally, since World War II, right, there have only been 114 ethno-national plebiscites that deal with the issue of nationality and secession, which is what we're talking about. Once we understand that and we look at the math, right, there's approximately 47.2 million people who self-identify as Black. It's 14.2% of the country's population, right? 27% are under the age of 18, are under the age of 18, which means that according to a strict understanding by international society, right, a plebiscite would require about a turnout of 85%, or approximately 29 million of our 47 million people, if we would satisfy what the other 114 ethno-plebiscites since World War II have achieved. And I believe that we as a people in our nation, we are not inferior and we are no less capable of any other nation. By the way, just a few weeks ago, the Democratic Republic of the Congo had elections. 44 million people voted at 75,000 polling stations. So if we're talking about a classic plebiscite event recognized by the international community, 30 million people voting just like they do when they vote for a national presidential election, we're talking about the logistics for at least 65,000 polling stations. Next slide, please. Now, one of our Republic of New African elders had this to say about a plebiscite. Without proper study, the role of the plebiscite is grossly misunderstood, and it needs to be understood that a plebiscite is to determine the will and the level of readiness of the people to be self-governed. It is not done to transfer power. This erroneous counter-revolutionary concept gives people false hope of easy victory. To prepare for a plebiscite is not merely to define the word plebiscite and hand people a ballot or tell them to go vote online. To prepare for a plebiscite is to engage the people in the revolutionary process of liberation so that they can have the experience that gives them the confidence to vote to be self-governed. It is to be re-engaged in the work of voter education. The kind of voter education is one that clarifies to our people the difference between inclusion and assimilation and self-determination. There is no easy way to gain our liberation. Consideration. If we can't mobilize an overwhelming majority of Black people, our nation, Afro-descendants, to vote in a plebiscite, then we can't be said to have demonstrated the readiness of our people to be self-governed or the capacity of their leadership to govern. Now, yes, we know realistically that there's a segment of our people, we don't actually know the numbers, but there's a segment of our people who want to establish a new nation. The Republic of New Africa did it in 1968. Afro-descendants nation have set up their government, and there are others, right, who wish to do the same. But we don't actually know the numbers. Now, when we studied the actual plebiscites during decolonization, we got the data on the voter turnouts and the number of people who voted yes or no in what's called an up or down vote, which is different from a multi-option plebiscite. And you can see throughout histories, I've highlighted the ones that are the African context. It requires, again, by definition, the entire vote of the eligible voters. You can see that the plebiscites that actually led to international recognition and independence had substantial majorities of voter turnout and choosing an option overwhelmingly. Next slide. I want to go through this quickly. This answers one of the issues that was brought up by Comrade Khalida Bassett, right? About what do we do with the people who have voted already? How do we keep them engaged? A plebiscite for Black people in the United States will require a campaign. And a campaign will require a campaign machine in each of the 10 regions of the United States. Next slide. Okay. The new African Diplomatic and Civil Service Corps was set up as a private independent entity to service the Afro-descendant nation, all 47 million Black people in America, to focus specifically on the call for the first new African and Afro-descendant plebiscite Congress in the United States, which would establish an objective, qualified national body constituted to take responsibility for conducting the plebiscite. Not just the traditional reparations leadership, many of who are on this call, or self-appointed leaders, but moving from mobilization to organization to having an actual institutional campaign structure on the ground. The NADCSC plebiscite campaign is currently divided into several phases: the exploratory phase, the pre-Congress phase, the preparation and convening of the first new African and Afro-descendant plebiscite Congress in the United States. The fourth phase, the campaign and the actual conducting of the plebiscite, which would be an event just like on one day you leave your people that participate in presidential elections in any country, they leave school, they leave work, they go to a polling place, and they vote. This is what the concept is in international society. And then finally, the fifth stage is the convening of the second new African and Afro-descendant plebiscite Congress in the United States that will determine the implementation of all four of the plebiscite options. This is critically important right here. Contrary to mobilizing the masses of the people, a campaign machine does not need a lot of noise to be built. This is comparable to building an army. First, you recruit the generals who look for staff officers. Then the hierarchy and the officers put together the troops to be trained for the war later on. Next slide, please. So here is the current NADCSC plebiscite campaign, the steps for creating the boots on the ground machinery that is going to be needed to staff 60,000 polling places when the actual plebiscite that will be presented with allies in the international community, which I can speak on later about the work, the 3-year work we've been doing on the ground in Africa, at the African Union, and at the United Nations, and in other conferences with liberation movements to support our independence movement and our plebiscite campaign. But it's real simple. Step number 1, we have a call. You fill out the call, it's very simple. Everybody that says that they're an organizer, or at this stage, anybody that has already voted and sent their text vote in the Afro-Descendant Nation survey that they've put out there, anybody that has done that, right, then we go to step number 2, right? They complete the online initial plebiscite survey. We scientifically put together an engineer based on our analysis of plebiscites, liberation movements, independence movements, our own movement. We have a survey with 41 questions that gives us the data that has been missing for 40 years that will inform an educated and intelligent plebiscite campaign. Next step, next slide. After you take the initial plebiscite survey, right there, please, step number 3. And this is where the results of the Afro-Descendant survey can come in handy. We've divided the United States into 10 regions. 5 people in each region form a regional coordinating committee. Those regional coordinating committee are giving plebiscite training manuals that have already been developed that will train the leadership. The regional coordinating committees would then have the responsibility of finding 5 people in each state in their region to set up the state coordinating committee. And then in turn, following the same process, the state coordinating committee would have the responsibility of finding 5 people in each of the municipalities in that state that have a predominant or a large Black population. By following this process, we will then have plebiscite coordinating committees in the top 100 cities in the United States who will lead the ground forces in doing the education campaign and actually training and staffing the polling places when it comes time for actually having a traditional plebiscite vote. So I'm going to stop there. I know we don't have a whole lot of time left. No one is opposed to taking action now. We are all united on that. What the wise among us will insist is that we take the correct actions. We don't want to be reckless. We don't want to be ineffective. We want to move with scientific analysis and strategic conclusions based on having studied game film in our due diligence. And I have made a proposal to the Afro-descendant nation on how we can do that in the next 3 months, how we can get the data that we still don't have with that 41 question survey that will be conducted by the Republic of New Africa and other organizations. We have a plebiscite exploratory committee, the officials. It has leaders from the UNIA. It has leaders from NCOBRA. It has leaders from Republic of New Africa. It has representatives from other regions outside of North America as supporters. That committee is already formed. We've invited the Afro-descendant nation to be a part of this work that we are providing a service to put in place on the ground, the actual ground forces. We look forward to working in unity with Afro-descendant nation. And we have a ton of information about our study of the plebiscites. We have a training course for diplomatic and civil service corps people who are going to be needed to conduct negotiations with the African governments who want to receive us, as well as negotiations with the United States government, entirely professional. So let me land there, and I want to thank you for giving me the platform today.
Okay, let me get my mic off here. Thank you, Brother Safiwe. Thank you for all of the information. I just want to reiterate, though, that our plebiscite for the that we're conducting today has launched. And as each of you log off, you should get the ballot to come directly up, and it shall come in your email, and we are live. So with that said, I want to thank you for your opinion and for all the work that you've done and all of your expertise. Brother Safiwe, thank you for working with us. And I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Ms. Pamela Denise Long. She's been so patient. We're almost at the end, and we do want to get some questions in as well. So I'm going to turn it over to you without further ado. Let's see if I can get you on the screen all by yourself. There you go. And is your mic off? I mean on? I can't hear you. We can't hear you. Yeah, maybe it's the earphones. No, still can't hear you. Oh, I'm so sorry. I know that you didn't come on early enough to test your mic, but if you could possibly get rid of the headphones maybe and try it that way. Still can't hear you. All right, my apologies, Sister Pamela. I think what we could do is share your presentation with the audience
Hold on a second.
afterwards. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry about that. I think when the mic, she should log off and log back on, and that should make the mic work.
Okay, Pamela, did you hear that? Okay, we'll
Log
wait
off
for
and
her to
log
come
on.
back.
The mic work. And I'm continuing to listen to everything because I respect everything that's being said.
And if she could unplug the earphones, unplug her earphones from her device.
Yeah. So I
As we
think
wait for her, I want to interject right quick, Ambassador, and correct our brothers of P-Ways. I'm not a town crier and hype man, but I am an engineer myself who has implemented the vote that you spend hours and hours talking about, my brother. I have implemented a number of times successfully in Detroit with thousands of people participating. So please do not reduce me to a crier and a hype man. But I am trying to hype people like yourself who try to get us caught up in the paralysis of analysis. Thank you very much.
okay, thank you. So brother Shahid, do you want to, let's see if Pamela if we can hear her now. Go ahead and try. Oh yes, we can hear you.
Beautiful. Thank you for that suggestion. So I will run through my presentation and you have the slides that I'll be using. Does that work?
That works.
Beautiful. So thank you for the invitation to have this conversation. My name is Pamela Denise Long. I'm a 7th generation American, an implementation consultant, and the national coordinator for the Coalition of Concerned Freedmen. My comments will focus on common ground between ADN and the lineage-based reparations movement in the United States of America. So what is the Coalition of Concerned Freedmen? The Coalition of Concerned Freedmen is a voluntary association of the descendants of emancipated U.S. slaves and descendants of free Negroes with ethnogenesis in the U.S. from 1776 to present day. The coalition is committed to a delivery on the promise of a comprehensive package of reparation, policy, practices, and financial appropriations to redress the impacts of chattel slavery, Jim Crow, and the ongoing discrimination that we multi-generational Black Americans still experience. So our work with institutions and national, state, and local organizations and governments are really designed to make sure that the legacy precedents that are already on the books, executive orders, judicial decisions, and legislative actions are fully implemented, fully enforced, and people are fully held accountable. As we envision it, and thank you for flipping the slides for me, as we envision it, the protected class status that freedmen have earned based upon our post-Civil War social contract rest upon accountability, enforcement, and implementation. Our common ground with the Afro-descendant nation is that the Afro-descendant nation has reached out to reparationists and others to come alongside and clarify how we can work together in order to accomplish reparation for descendants of U.S. slaves as well as for others in their proper place. So here's how I'd like to clarify that. The coalition supports the ADN's pursuit of their pursuit of nationhood and pursuit of reparation. I want to clarify a few things about lineage-based reparations. So lineage-based reparations in the United States of America is really focused on the people who endured, you can go back, sorry, you can stay here, yeah, really focused on the people who endured the harm. So the people whose families endured those years of chattel enslavement to build the nation and those years of unconstitutional Jim Crow. Nothing about lineage-based reparations to the people who bore those burdens prevents other people from bringing their just claims of repair and restitution for the classes of injury that they have experienced. Our claim from a lineage-based perspective is that reparations as a whole is not complete if the people who bore the burdens, right, the house that burned down, doesn't actually get rebuilt. So nothing about that is in competition with other people. Having said that, restitution claims must be demanded from the countries who are responsible for the harm to any descendant community in their homelands. For example, the British for those they harmed, and there are many, the United States for those they harmed, the descendants of U.S. slaves, the Spanish, the Germans and the Portuguese the same for those that they injured. That is lineage-based reparation in a nutshell. The people who were harmed get the repair from those who inflicted the injury. Next slide, please. So in the United States, as the coalition has framed it, there is a 3-point plan that we are advancing to provide restitution, repair, and full protected class status to the descendant community. That plan is basically asking and demanding that elected officials act with speed, not another generation, for us to have our protected class status in the nation. We're focused here on stability, security, and quality of life in those 3 points of the plan. Regardless of whether a descendant decides to repatriate to another nation or decides to pursue a nation within nation process within the United States, we have to make sure that those who choose to stay in the country that they built, that they have the full implementation of their citizenship rights. So here are the 3 points. Next slide, please. Point 1 is really about law and order and responsibility and accountability. Regardless of if you're a nation in a nation or you're within the United States of America proper, we have to make sure that the ways in which the laws are enforced has accountability for the law enforcer as well as the law writer. That, of course, has to do with policing both at the border as well as within the interior, as well as making sure that people's mental health concerns are met. We know that a lot of our people are experiencing and have experienced significant trauma that does affect their well-being and health. And we know that some of the people who are providing community services have also experienced some mental health concerns that need to be addressed so that everyone is safe. Next slide. Point 2 of the 3-point plan to unite America speaks about an Americanizing education. We have beautiful words on paper, the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, but what we've really failed to do is produce citizens who are able to embody those words that are on paper. So an Americanizing education, according to the Coalition of Concerned Freedmen, really makes sure that the nation is producing people who know how to take care of themselves, but also have the civic heart, mind, and understanding of our history to make sure that we're not repeating history and indeed are carrying forth the baton of the legacy of life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, and all men being created equal. Next slide, please. Point 3 in the plan is really about an all Americans first agenda. And I know sometimes that language lands a little odd for people, but what I would say there is what we're saying is America is not America if you can leave a whole subset of its founding population to fend for itself and indeed to be fighting for what should have already been delivered multiple generations ago. And so with that, within this 3rd point, next slide, please. What we're also demanding here is a relaunch of the Freedmen's Bureau at the federal level, and for that to be placed under the Department of Commerce. What we know is that Black Americans have been distanced from economic prosperity, and placing the Freedmen's Bureau at the national level within the Department of Commerce places us right in the center of all things economic so that we can be efficient, effective, and outcomes driven about changing the economic outcomes for Black Americans. The other element of this relaunch of the Freedmen's Bureau is to make sure that the state offices of Freedmen Affairs collaborate with the National Bureau, whether they're started at the same time or the state offices are started themselves. One of our methods to do that is to use an emergency declaration by the governor so that we can get $5 million through that emergency declaration to launch that state offices of Freedmen Affairs to make sure that the existing elements of state government are driving outcomes for the American freedmen. So there is common ground, and our people will require multiple generations for us to get the equity that we are due.
Thank you, Sister Pamela Denise Long. That was very informative, and we appreciate your patience and waiting to be the last speaker. We do have one other person who hasn't spoken, which is Governor General Ajani Mukaram, who was going to close us out. But before we do that, because we are right at the hour or past the hour, we would still like to take more questions from the audience, and we appreciate all of you still hanging in there with us for 4 hours. So I'm going to turn it to Brother Shahid, and let's go back to gallery. Okay, I'll turn it back over to Brother Shahid. Can you give us some questions? Anything that you feel that we can get to quickly, and anything that's directed to anyone here who's still on with us, any direct questions and so forth. So if you don't mind, brother, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. We do have a question from Dr. Brooks Robinson. In accordance with Mr. Baleka's contention, why doesn't the new reparations bill not include a request to the United States government to permit a Black American plebiscite during a regular national election, usually conducted in November every 2 years?
So I'll attempt to answer that question. So the legislation that I was the lead writer in writing and revising, the HR 40 in 2015 when NARC was developed. And at our first meeting, the time I was the Legislative Commission Chair in Cobra, I gave a report on our relationship to HR 40 at the time, which was that we had abandoned that legislation because the legislation was obsolete. And at the time, the congressperson wasn't even interested in his own legislation, so we weren't putting any time to it. Dr. Daniels stated that he had had conversations with Congressman Conyers, and he was fully in preparation of reestablishing the legislation, and that since it was obsolete, we should revise it. I was appointed to be the lead writer of that legislation. I presented them with a document that was about 90% completed, and then the team, did some wordsmithing and sent it to Congressman Conyers. What I was adamant about and putting in that legislation was that the outcome of the commission must be in full alignment with the international standards of full reparations and special measures. And you can go to the UN documents and look up special measures are, but it was shared earlier that full reparations have 5 components, which is cessation and guarantees around non-repetition, assurances of non-repetition, restitution, compensation, satisfaction, rehabilitation. So we wrote that into the legislation. So in that legislation, part of the restitution that was spoke on earlier is to return people back to where they would have been had they not been injured in the first place. And again, part of our loss is what has been identified with our status as Afro-descendants. That's loss of our sovereign psyche and our ability to be a people who have self-identified as a collective national people. And so the plebiscite is part of that process. It's written into the legislation. We're talking about organizing for restitution, then we have to inform, this body has to inform the commission that the plebiscite process is the process and the only process that would have gave us that right that we had, as Safiwe talked about, immediately after enslavement ended, to answer the question, what was our status and what did we want our status to be in this country? So within the context of the way the legislation is written, that is part of HR 40, the commission's work.
Thank you. And I believe that answered the question. So Brother Shahid, you want to go to the next question, please?
Yes, another question for Cam Howard. Why not endorse political candidates based on their reparations positions and their specific reparations proposal, using endorsement or lack thereof to hold the Democratic Party accountable?
That is exactly what the Earn a Black Vote campaign is designed to do. we're saying that the candidates, whatever party, must earn the vote before the election. It's not something we're not waiting on any more promises. The only way the Democratic Party can earn the black vote before the election, we're saying, is the president who has the power of the executive pen is to establish the Reparations Commission right now. He can do it tomorrow if he wants the black vote in November. For the Republican Party, if they want to earn the black vote, they too have to earn it before the election. And they have the power within Congress to bring the vote to the floor and have the power in the Senate not to filibuster. So, which they're not going to do either one of those. So, but that's still the message. Either party, whichever you are, if you want the black vote in November, you have to earn it. And it all ties to reparations for both parties.
Yes, sir. Brother Shahid.
And we have a question from Truth Bay. After the votes are tallied, where do they go, or what does it go towards?
Well, let me respond to that myself. I was waiting for a response as well from the Afro-descendant nation, but I know we have power to implement the people's will based on their vote. So whether we're courageous enough to do so or not, but according to international law, the people vote to be independent. We have a right to assert that independent control over wherever we live.
Is there anyone else?
Guaranteed way to get reparations. They're all guaranteed way because we control the place and we control the assets thereof, and we can leverage those assets. Where Black people live is worth over $15 trillion in real estate value alone, quadrillions of dollars in geographical value. So what if we control that? Then if those who are looking at reparations as a paycheck, then we can give the people a paycheck. But I know if we have self-determination and our own economy, then we won't even need that much money.
Okay, I think that the conductor answered that earlier when he stated that it will be the collective will of the leadership. So at this time, we are forming our agreements with one another, how we work with one another collectively, and what we are going to do and move on once we get those votes. So things are happening concurrently right now, but it will be based on what we decide is best going forward for our people. For instance, if the collective will is to decide that we're not going to spend any money supporting America during December. None. Because that's their holiday and they get monies off of us all the time for that. Monies that we don't even have. We're paying with credit cards and we still have to pay that back the year coming. But really what's in my head, I don't want to say right now because that might shake somebody in their boots. But because we have the collective will to do what we want and demand what we want. And that's the strength and the power that the plebiscite gives us as Afro-descendants. So again, it will be what we decide collectively to move on, and we will communicate that to our people. And since we're all in this together, we will be standing together, which we will be a power to reckon with. Thank you.
Can I, that's excellent answers. Let me just weigh in also by audio. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Let's just say hypothetically by November, let's just say we have 1 million votes. Well, any number of ways. We can use them for self-determination for our own nation-building abilities, as Brother Ramzu has said. Brother Cam Howard has said that the Democratic Party may be held accountable. Well, if let's just say Joe Biden is ignoring us come late October. Well, them million votes is gonna count. Them million plebiscite votes that our efforts have can be leveraged directly against Joe Biden, specifically in swing states where he's counting on every single vote, such as Ohio and other swing states. I mean, they can absolutely be leveraged to the point where either he gives up or is demanded to be given up according to the Freedmen's demand. Freedmen demand a certain status within the U.S. Department of Commerce. Okay, so these kind of demands. 1 million votes can be taken to the Department of Commerce. 1 million votes can be leveraged in Democratic swing states to absolutely cause the power structure to capitulate. We take 1 million votes to any number of business interests that have ties to slavery. We got 1 million. You in trouble. You're in trouble if we say tomorrow that you on the list of people that nobody will shop with. So the million votes are for us to utilize. There are 1 million votes that can be taken. They can be utilized absolutely within the United Nations. If we have a plebiscite of 1 million votes in the United Nations, it's going to be, we getting ready to push our weight around. International Court of Justice, OAU, no longer will we have to go to OAU forums and they may give us a seat. They may not. They may give us respect. I mean, I would like the audience to weigh in on that. We get 1 million votes in our plebiscite. I would like Ms. Wangaza and Brother Cam Howard to also weigh in. I like the experts to weigh in on 1 million votes, including Miss Long. And if he wants to, Brother Safiwe. He's a plebiscite expert. We got 1 million votes. I want to hear what happens.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Well, if I may,
I would briefly put, to the extent that we achieve 1 million votes, the rippling effect of the education and organizing that goes into harvesting 1 million votes means that not only do we have 1 million votes, but we have supporters as well as adherents who will become force multipliers. The world is still talking about the 1 million man, 1 million woman march. Those events don't happen in isolation, and to the extent that the work is done to realize that objective means that we have put in place an infrastructure and process that reflects the will of the people, which is the determinor, and are thus able to achieve any objective that the community sets for itself. And I think I want to put emphasis on the fact that the agenda is set and determined by the masses of the people. The truth of the matter is that we have not gotten reparations to date because the people have not been inspired and organized and mobilized. It's the difference between organizing and mobilizing to achieve an objective that we've set for ourselves. The masses of our people are still ambivalent about whether or not we can get reparations, and if we get them, what do they look like? That is a critical part of this event, creating an opportunity for the masses of our people to engage in a structure and process where their voices are heard and amplified.
Okay,
Guys,
just one interjection. Let's assume, for the sake of the question, that every vote is a text or email contact. That for every vote, that 1 million votes equals 1 million phone numbers and 1 million emails or contacts of
let me
people
tell
that
you something. There are companies that multi-million, if not billion-dollar companies that take simple samples over the telephone and sell them to corporations like McDonald's, General Electric, Boeing, United Airlines, on which billion-dollar deals are made. We are certainly in a position to be able to garner the sense of our people by sampling. That's number one. Number two is that even though we get a million participants, it doesn't mean that million is in an area or are going to, there are enough of them will be in the state of Michigan, the state of Ohio, or the state of Pennsylvania, unless we focus on those specific swing states in order to give them maximal usefulness, maximal input. However, McDonald's doesn't care whether the Gallup poll gets the million out of Ohio. McDonald's wants a spread of the general population in order to make a determination about the next hamburger it's going to produce. I think that we have to be more scientific, in fact, scientific, when we start talking about analyzing and addressing the issues that impact our community, especially when we have technology available. Thank you.
Thank you. We do want to get to the next question, but Brother Safiwa, if you want to be real quick in answering, and then we'll move on.
Thank you. And I'm glad Mama Efia had mentioned we need to be more scientific in our analysis. Certainly, 1 million respondents to the survey will be a great achievement and have opened up a lot of possibilities. But under the banner of plebiscite, again, the international community will say 1 million votes is only 2% of the nation, or 3.5% of the eligible voters. So they will say that that's not enough to represent the will of the Afro-descendant people in the United States. So meanwhile, I want to emphasize and finally, real quickly, I want to emphasize what Comrade Eric Phillips from the Caribbean was talking about, which is simultaneously, when you run a plebiscite campaign, you have to have an international diplomatic affairs campaign that runs simultaneous to the plebiscite campaign so that you can build international allies. It's not the 1 million votes themselves that it really has the power. It's the fact that if you have allies, when you come forward with that, who can apply international diplomatic pressure, now we're talking about really moving the needle forward. I yield.
Thank you. Brother Shahid, next question.
If I can just jump, because I want to.
Oh, sure. Go ahead. We want to try to get to a few more questions, but go ahead, Brother Kim.
Speak specifically to the conductor's question around 1 million voters have an impact on the election or on the decisions of the Democratic Party. Right now, through this organization, this high-powered $100 million corporation, Survey Corporation, we have, in fact, 2.9 million Black Democratic voters are not feeling Joe Biden. We know that number. They lose with those numbers, point blank. Biden got 15.1 million Black Democratic votes in the last election. 2.9 will be under 12 million, or right around 12 million. They cannot win with just 12 million Black votes. And we had 1 million Black voters that we say we had an ability to influence, that's tremendous power. That's even leveraging our power even more than just saying that we believe that Black voters will come back to the Democratic Party if you commit the Reparations Commission. So it's all about building power and actually leveraging that power and utilizing that power. But that would be a tremendous strength going into the election if we were able to do that.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Cam. Brother Shaheed, can you go to the next question real quick, please?
Sure. Next question from Iman Hameen. Has the December 12th movement endorsed the plebiscite campaign spearheaded by the ADN? Have we been in contact with December 12th movement?
Let me. I'm on the road. I can only do audio right now, but let me say this: this is Attorney Shabazz. The December 12th movement I have been known and have been affiliated with since 1996. I know that Amadi Ajamu, I think she attended this webinar, and we fully expect that the December 12th movement will be on board with this effort, as they have been talking about a plebiscite for years. I personally know Viola Plummer. I know Omowale Clay. I know all of them personally, and I believe that the December 12th movement will be a part of this effort within the next 90 days. That would be my prediction. And we're headed to New York with our campaign by Juneteenth. And we honor them. We honor them.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Next question from Carla Mullen. Is seeking to be recognized as a national minority contrary to asserting the right of self-determination and having our own nation? Anyone can answer that question.
Absolutely not. National minority under international law has the right to self-determination, as opposed to a subgroup minority in a nation. Their rights are primarily civil in nature, like the way they want to position Blacks in this country, that we're just a subgroup as opposed to a national minority. National minorities, as Professor Clay has taught us in a series of books that he's written, have as a guaranteed right the right to self-determination, and include that as the right to armed struggle and all that. You know, we can't get it through other means, but we have all these other means that we haven't attempted, and the plebiscite is one of the means that we can attempt to assert our right to self-determination. So they go hand in hand. Being recognized, that's part of what the plebiscite is. Some of us want to be recognized as national minorities, as a founding ethnic group within this country that's contributed to the status of this country in major ways, which are the two components of a national minority. And as such, we have certain rights that are not being availed to us in this country.
Yeah, that you mentioned, Professor Clyde, in 1993, they had a conference on self-determination. Professor Clyde headed that up at Hamline University Law School, and they were speaking about things like being a national minority and those issues that keep us confined within civil rights instead of the broader framework of human rights. Being a national minority, first of all, you are on the losing team being a national minority, because you are a minority inside of a democracy, and the majority gets what it wants. So the best push for us to escape those civil rights labels, and go into a full push for human rights, number one being the right of self-determination. I think most of us would prefer to be a national majority in our own nation than being a minority. We don't care. I don't understand why we want to lay our power at the hands and the mercy of a merciless system when they're proven to be merciless, and they're proven to be just outright devilish. Let's utilize our power to become that national majority, and let those who want to be national minorities sit and wait for the benevolence of a merciless system.
Let me speak to that, because I'm not sure my brother fully understands national minority. There are three national minority groups in America at this particular time. And again, the national minority is a group that was in a particular place at the time that it was founded, and that they had a significant contribution to the establishment of that particular nation, and that their numbers are lesser than a majority other ethnic group or other majority other group that's defined in that country. There are three sets of national minorities in this country. One is recognized and the other two are not. The first are indigenous Americans. America is a multinational state. You have over 500 indigenous American nations within America. The other group are Chicanos, and these are people who lived in the southwestern states that were annexed at the Mexican-American War, South New Mexico, California, and Arizona. They are national minorities. And then the other national minority group are Black Americans. We were here at the time this nation was founded, and our labor was significant to the advancement of this particular country. As national minorities, we have a right to self-determination. That is to establish our own nation within this country. So it's not like you are being a minority within, you're not being a majority within your own country. You establish one of the methods of enforcing your rights as a national minority is to establish your own government.
Hey, let me say something too. First of all, it was a great question, great responses. But what we need to do, I think at this point in time, as Mr. Muhammad said, let's not break the cookie up before it's done. And see, even among this group right here, there's varying opinions, and we shouldn't discredit different people's views. And it's important that we get this plebiscite out and that we go ahead and do it expeditiously and let the people speak where they are and how they feel. And then we can make our decisions based upon that. But we don't need to discredit anybody's position. And that was the purpose of the MOU, to show the solidarity and support in these public forums, that we respect each other and respect everybody's position. Because one thing that our opponents are going to look at is how civilized and how unified we are. And if we tear each other up in public, and even in a group like this, nobody's going to want to get behind you. And so we got to make sure we clean that up. I respect everybody's position. I have no reason to state my personal position right now. Bottom line is, let's get the vote out and let the people speak. And let's leaders, let's lead the people from the positions that they are. And everybody has their right to make their decision out of respect and love for each other. Submit it.
Thank you. So in the interest of time, again, we are at 3:30, so we're a half hour over. And I would like to turn it over to Governor General Ajani to close us out. He's the only one who hasn't spoken, and he's been waiting for four and a half hours. So are you there? I see that you're...
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but we can't see you.
Why can't you see me?
I don't know. It's just a white. Okay.
How about now?
We can see you now. Okay.
All right.
And thank you, everyone, for your patience. And I'm going to spotlight you. So you go right ahead.
All right. Thank you to the distinguished panelists, to all those who did all the hard work in the background. I personally appreciate it. I know the Honorable Silas Muhammad and Queen Mashaki and President Akila appreciate it. Pardon me. And I know that our national conductor, Malik Z. Shabazz, appreciates it. I've heard a lot of varying information, all of it, which is good. We used to have the saying years ago that all roads would lead to reparations. And so to echo what my brother just said, Governor General Ishmael Abdul Salam, let's not get into the war of fighting which direction we're going to head in, but let's get this plebiscite together and let's move with the expertise that we got help from Brother Safi Ray. We appreciate it. We got help from our conductor, Malik Zulu Shabazz. Let's let the people decide which way we go. Now, we had in the past asked you about the pivotal choice, whether you would choose self-determination or whether you would continue to go through ethnocide and forced assimilation. Today, it appears to me that you've made up your mind, that you are looking for the element of self-determination, getting your human rights back, putting together what's best for us as a people. And with that, I appreciate it. Don't know which direction we're going to take. I know there are various roads, and I think that all those roads that are headed toward reparations will eventually converge and will meet at our success point. So with that, to give you some time back, let me read for you. And this brother told me about 2 weeks ago when I read it at another group that I should get it published. And so I'm going to work on publishing this little saying. And I'll close out this national teach-in with this thought on unity and on our collective effort under the Afro-descendant nation and as we head towards self-determination. I entitled this, let me pull it up here. I entitled this little reading, "The Stuff Between Us," the stuff between us. The stuff between us at one time used to be so sweet. We were a people who loved our heritage, our families, our friends, our nation. We were the epitome of life on the earth. The stuff between us was pure and true. But then something happened. Someone new to the earth started telling lies and causing trouble amongst the righteous. They drove us apart. They changed the stuff that held us together into the stuff that drives us apart. Yes, they are our open enemy, thrive on our separation and our disunity. But you just wait. We're going to get it together. We're going to come together. They keep riff-raff going between us currently. They say, that one did this and this one did that, quite often pointing out our differences. Many times I've heard in disagreements that the thing or the stuff that comes between us in our quest for unity is a wedge. Oh, but what a twist when you see that the stuff between us in this village, in our nation, is mortar, like that between bricks. When we turn our stuff from wedges to mortar, we're on our way to self-determination. You wait until we get it together. We're going to be something to reckon with. We will rise to the top of the world again. We will take our rightful place at the helm of humanity. We will change the world. All the talk of a new world order, in reality, lies in the hands of Black men and women, my fellow countrymen and countrywomen. Something in between us, I hope it isn't a wedge, but rather mortar, the glue that binds us together. For we have a decision to make. Do we want to be wedged apart or cemented together like two bricks with mortar in between, glued together and headed for our destiny, headed for happiness, headed for sovereignty? This national teach-in was about self-determination, is about self-determination, is about collectively putting our differences out there and deciding what's best for us. But don't let it be a wedge. Don't let the stuff between us drive us apart. Let's cement together like bricks, like mortar in between bricks. With that, I conclude. Thank you for your dedication. Thank you for your long, long day and bearing with us for 4 hours and 40 minutes. And with that, I'm submitted. I turn it back to you, Dr. Tahita.
Thank you, Governor General. That was beautiful, and we appreciate you, and thank you for your patience. So to everyone, thank you all for joining us, and please continue to support our efforts. And as soon as you close your screen, the survey should pop up on your screen. If it doesn't, it should come in your email. If it doesn't, just text or email me at info@afrodescendant.org, and I'll distribute the link to the plebiscite. So, and I want to thank Sister Collida, if she's still here, for all her hard work on it as well. And we appreciate all of you. Does anyone else have any last words? But otherwise, I can say, Assalamu alaikum, peace be unto you, and enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate all of you so much, our participants, our audience. You've been wonderful. And we'll see you the next time. And again, we plan to be in Washington, D.C. In person in May. We are still locking down a date, but it's coming really soon. And anyone interested in being a speaker at the convention in DC, just send me an email, but I'll be reaching out to you anyway. But hopefully we can get as many speakers there as possible, including Attorney Deidre Pellman. Hopefully you'll be able to be there, as well as Sister Pamela Denise Long. We love you, and we love everyone. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Free the land.
Good evening. Good evening. Salute.
Take care.
Time is necessary.
All right.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Thank you all so much.
Alaikum assalam.